The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Kings were crushed and pawns were punished at the SuperUnited Rapid Blitz in Zagreb, Croatia. Players who started slowly were ready to hit the ground running in front of a crowded playing hall. Following a rough start, two-time world champion challenger Jan Nepomniachtchi went on a heater, winning all three of his games to catapult into co-lead. But the story of the day was the collapse of reigning world champion Magnus Carlsen, who lost 2 games in a row only to defeat tournament leader Viswanathan Anand in the last round. There's a 3-way tie for first. Who will pull away from the pack? Day 3 of thrilling chess coming up next.
Welcome back, chess fans, to day 3 of the SuperUnited Rapid Blitz held here in beautiful Zagreb, Croatia. It's the final day of rapid chess, and the players will be looking to put their stamp on the tournament through scintillating and beautiful chess. Let's go to the studio and start the action.
The Grand Chess Tour returns to Croatia. It is Rapid and Blitz action with the greatest players in the world. Our live coverage from the St. Louis Chess Club in Zagreb starts right now. Hello and welcome everyone. Thank you for joining us. I'm International Master Nazi Paikidze, and I'm here with my brilliant co-host, Yasser Seirawan.
Nazi, it's been so much fun. Great calling the action with you and Miro. I'm loving it.
I agree, and it's a pleasure to watch all the games.
I know, they've been great. Hello, everybody, and welcome to our live coverage. I tell you, it's been thrills and spills galore, an unpredictable event. Who could have imagined Magnus losing back-to-back games and then taking care of business with Vishy and Anand to allow a 3-way tie for first? My goodness, we're breathless. Tell us about the current standings, Nazi.
Let's take a look. We have 3 co-leaders, Fabiano, Caruana, Jan Nepomniachtchi, and Vishy Anand with 8 points. And then only 1 point behind Jan-Krzysztof Duda and the young star from India, Gukesh.
And our number 1 seed struggling at 50%. My goodness.
Hard to believe.
It truly is. And tell us about the format.
We have a 10-player round-robin tournament. In the Rapid, time control is 25 plus 10. In the Blitz, it will be 5 plus 2. In Rapid, there's a double scoring system, 2 points for win, 1 for a draw, and 0 for loss. In Blitz, it will be a traditional scoring system. And the players are not allowed to offer any draws.
With 2 days of Rapid under our belts, tell us about the remaining schedule.
Right, today we have the last day of Rapid. We'll see rounds 7 to 9. And starting tomorrow, 2 days of Blitz. We'll finish on Sunday, but we might have playoffs if necessary.
Absolutely. And Miro, I tell you, it's been fun to call the action with you too. Welcome to our studio. Tell us about the road ahead for the players.
Thank you very much, Yasser and Nazi, and everyone welcome to the final day of the Rapid. Let's not forget, not the final day of the tournament. Still, there'll be Blitz. But the one who wins the Rapid usually, well, positioned well to win the tournament, or unless take the pedestal. With 3 players tied for the first place, let's look what's going to happen to them in this final day. Fabiano, Caruana, Jan Nepomniachtchi, Vishy Anand, all with somewhat different tournament destiny, but well positioned to win the Rapid portion. And we will start with Vishy Anand. So today he will have to play Jan-Krzysztof, Duda, Gukesh, who, by the way, just 1 point behind. And in the final round, he will play his co-leader for now, Jan Nepomniachtchi. Then for Fabiano Caruana, the opposition doesn't look any easier. It's Gukesh, Nepomniachtchi in round 8, and then in round 9 it will be Alireza Firouzja. And for Nepo, who, by the way, did amazing comeback yesterday with 3 back-to-back wins, he will play against Ivan Saric and then consecutively against Fabiano Caruana and Viswanathan. And while we are waiting for the games to begin, let's hear from Zagreb. Cristian, Anastasiya, what's going on in Croatia's capital?
Thanks, Miro, and welcome back, chess fans, to the final day of Rapid here in Zagreb, Croatia. And what a tournament we've had so far. You, Miro, highlighted 3 very impressive players, but let's not forget about the former world champion, Magnus Carlsen, because we know what he did in Poland, and he was in a very similar situation. He had a rough time in the Rapid portion, but after that, trailing behind, by the way, going into the Blitz portion, 3 points behind Jan-Krzysztof Duda, and we know what happened in Blitz in Poland. He scored +10, actually obliterated the field and went on to win the tournament. So you can never count this man out, but I have to say, yesterday, Anastasiya, a very, very strange moment happened. Tell us a bit about that.
Yes, Magnus lost, first of all, 2 games in a row, which doesn't happen that often to him, right? I mean, he's one of the best players in the world, and it doesn't happen that much. And then he lost this game against Firouzja, and everything happened so quickly that I think he didn't realize actually this moment. So I think it's better to watch it first and
we'll
then
discuss it.
Yes.
I think that's just resigns. I
A2,
think it's just,
C8, queen,
and there's the handshake as
Wow.
Magnus. We do not say this very often. As Magnus loses back-to-back
2 games in a row.
defeats, and look at there's a kind of a look of shock on Magnus's face
As
right
he's
now.
listening to big applause for Firouzja from the audience.
But look at him; he is just
He's
kind of
calculating the
tasered,
line, huh?
like he's missed something.
Proud.
Absolutely frozen. And you were actually there in the playing hall. How did the atmosphere feel?
Yes, I was there. I was one of the spectators, let's say, and really I was also shocked that everything happened really quickly. And let's say at the beginning nobody could understand why he's frozen, why he is stuck for so long. And he was just standing there, and like we were making photos and videos. And later on, I published all of them in our social media accounts. Many people, of course, noticed this moment, and they were discussing it, trying to guess what actually was happening with Magnus at this moment. I really think that he was going through all these lines and variations which just happened, and he didn't really have time to realize all of them. And you know what also surprised me, that he didn't put the pieces back to the starting position. This is his habit. This is what he always does, you know, at any game. And I think that was a very emotional moment for him. And kudos to Magnus for striking back and winning the next round against Viswanathan in the last one.
Absolutely spectacular moment, spectacular audience as well, clapping after every single round. It's just an amazing feeling here in Zagreb, Croatia. And we are just about to start day 3. Guys, back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Anastasiya, and thank you, Cristian. Thrills and spills galore with more in store. Do the honors, Nazi. Tell us about the round 7 pairings coming up.
Let's take a look. We have Rapport playing Magnus Carlsen. Lupulescu playing Alireza Firouzja. Saric playing one of the tournament leaders, Jan Nepomniachtchi. Another tournament leader, Caruana, will be facing Gukesh.
That's a great game right there.
And of course, Anand against Duda.
Another one, very important to our standings. The players are fighting hard. What are they fighting for?
They're fighting for a lot of money. There is a total of $175,000 in prizes. The first place winner is going to win $40,000. Second place, $30,000. Third, $25,000.
Nice prize fund all the way to 10th and final place of $7,000. 13 grand Chester points if you win the tournament as a clear first, 12 if you tie. And one of our leaders, Fabiano, getting ready for battle as he's at the board. Very happy to introduce a young lady, Emma Hajdinic. She is 15 years old. She's a 4-time Croatian champion among children. And Emma is going to be making the opening first move in one of the games. Which one will she pick?
Maybe Ivan Saric?
That would be a good local choice for sure. And I tell you, the number of decisive games has been great, but it's not just the decisive game numbers. It's the games themselves.
The quality of the games.
Remarkable and really, really unpredictable results. Like a number of games, you could have imagined either side winning or losing them, as we see the number 1 seed, Magnus, with the man bun.
Yes.
I mean, Nepo lost the man bun and he gave it to Magnus. Back-to-back losses, but he did beat Vichy in the. How is he feeling? How would you judge
I'm
his
sure he's
mood?
not thinking about yesterday.
He's not at all. And Vichy, Miro jumped in. Now, how do you think Vichy is feeling? He lost his lead, but he's still there.
Right, Vichy is, well, experienced enough, I want to say, for this kind of tournament, so hopefully he had good rest and ready for battle. It'll be tough for him, considering their position, and this game might be crucial because Duda is just 1 point behind.
Indeed. Sorry to say, I missed Emma. I was told that she would be making the opening first move, but she did. Apparently, we didn't have that footage there. Okay, we have an open Sicilian Najdorf
Is
on the
Anand
board.
going to play Queen D3 again? Nope.
Bishop E2. It served him well in his World Championship match in 1995, New York City. We were in the Twin Towers, and Mayor Rudy Giuliani on 911 opened the event. Yeah, it was great.
Who was Anand playing that match?
Gary Kasparov.
Gary Kasparov.
That was the PCA, the Professional Chess Association. And let me just bring Vichy's game up. As Miro, I mean, first of all, we're not seeing that many open Sicilians to begin with. It's like the players are ducking the lines. And Bishop E2, E5, Knight F3, also, okay, very, very standard, but Vichy's opening choices, as we've been seeing with White against the Sicilian, a little suspect?
Well, I don't know. It's, perhaps our knowledge of what's considered to be classical Sicilians is getting a bit outdated, yes. Now I'm looking at the database, and what do I see? Current position after A4 had seen Carlsen playing it, and then Carlsen playing it, and then Wesley saw, and so on and so forth.
Right.
Even though, if you'd ask me, like the combination of Bishop E2 and Knight F3 does look a little bit suspicious.
Right.
But that's what they do nowadays.
That's-
Last move, Queen B6, still we are still in a theory, even though we've lost Carlsen games, and now the highest rated is Viswanathan Graf. From what we have, Viswanathan in 2017 played it against Jeffrey Sean.
Queen B6, a kind of a page out of the poison pawn. Is he really going to grab that? For example, if White were to castle, you go Queen takes B2. Is that?
Yeah, let's find out. Yes, and in fact, Castle's Queen takes B2 apparently favors Black.
Wow.
So what computer has as the main line is to actually attack the queen and invite the capture, then to go Bishop D2, and now this queen starts to feel a bit awkward, and Black has to drop back, allow Knight D5. After this, a lot of moves with the tempi, and actually it might be the critical line. And then Knight takes, King takes, Black is up a pawn, but perhaps his position is quite dangerous. White's going to go Knight D2 and then looks for Knight C4, castle short, F2, F4 potentially. This is a dangerous line. So I'm wondering, after A5 here, if it will be played after Queen B6. Similarly, there is no way back, right?
Right.
A5, you don't really play Queen C7. You just
You lose the tempo. at
just
least.
lost the tempo. So he has to go for this seemingly dangerous line.
And we have Rook B1 instead. Not A5, not Rook A3, but Rook B1.
I was considering Rook A2.
Rook A2. Okay, Rook B1 still a part of the theory?
No, it seems to be the first independent move.
And we have H6, by the way.
Yeah,
on the
H7,
board,
H6.
by Duda. Want to turn our attention quickly to the game of Ivan Saric versus Nepo. Nepo, one of our tournament leaders, because this too is an open Sicilian, again a Najdorf, but this time the English attack with bishop e3, unlike bishop e2, and against e7, e5, the traditional knight b3, as opposed to the knight f3 retreat that we saw in Vichy's game. And
they've been following the most theoretical line known in this opening.
exactly, and it is
Thousands of games in this position.
double-edged. Because
But I think
not
G
really.
takes f6 is not the main. I remember
No.
knight e2.
Yes, exactly, knight e2, and it gets crazy with after knight a5. There's an a5, a4, a line that goes forever too. It's like f4 and f5. My goodness! But G takes f6 and C takes, queen takes. Knight takes, knight a5, queen e8. The players are playing really, really
Nepo
quickly.
has almost 27 minutes.
Gained
2 minutes.
2
yeah.
minutes on his clock, and Miro, bring us up to date on the theoretical dispute. What's going on?
Yeah, so, well, to give you a rough idea how well studied this line is, you're absolutely right that G takes f6 is a rare move. And by rare, I mean it's, well, roughly 500 games only. Compared to what you mentioned, knight e2, which saw almost 3,000 games played.
Right.
So gf6, and yes, they're blitzing out because they are still in the theory. And from what I can see, well, a couple of games of Maxime Viswanathan with black, and he's considered to be one of the knight of specialists.
Right.
Right, Viswanathan against Alexander Grishuk back in 2011. So more than 10 years ago, this was already played on very high level. And that's it for now. Yeah, so queen e7, still quite a lot of games, I have to say.
I would expect queen a3 in this specific moment because you're eyeballing what would happen after queen a3.
Yeah,
Miro?
so there are two theoretical moves.
Oh,
Queen
sorry.
a5, for whatever reason,
Also?
is much more popular.
Okay.
And you can play queen a3 as well. Rook to c6 is what black is. Queen a5 was already played. I was trying to play.
It didn't allow you even to
Right,
consider.
but the response would be the same. Rook to c6.
Right.
Black plans to dabble on the c file. So now it seems to be like a main crossroad in this specific line because up to 6 different moves. King to b1, rook to g1, rook to d2. Well, but yeah. Speaking of statistics, I think black does relatively well here.
It's funny because you were mentioning 6 moves, and I was expecting you to suggest the move that I want to play with white. And if I were in white shoes, I'd be tempted to play h2, h4 with the idea of meeting rook c8 with rook h2, because I do, in time, want to be able to play double my rooks. And for the moment, I'm leaving my bishop behind, and I don't know, maybe I want to play h5, but very sharp theoretical.
Ivan listened to you. He played
way.
h4,
Really?
which is a novelty.
Gosh,
It
these
is- it
guys
is
are
a
so
novelty.
good. It's so good. H4, is that theory too?
It's a novelty, yes.
It's a novelty.
Yeah. And there is, you're absolutely right, rook to h2 seems to be like a nice idea for white. However, well, Compi says that knight h5 at some point. Okay,
Rook c8
rook c8 to
included,
start
yeah.
with, and then knight to h5, and then some knight g3 potential. Yeah, so black is not without a chance. Relatively equal, but that's always what computer has to say.
Exactly. It's so rare that we start a round without looking at Magnus Carlsen's games first. I mean, because, you know, we like to look at our tournament leaders, but Magnus isn't one of them. Okay, what is it? He's up against Richie Rapport, and Richie's played the Rossolimo with bishop b5, e6, and knight e7. Very standard stuff, knight g6, c3. And it's funny, it's sort of like French defense, you know, pops up, or the appearance of a French defense pops up on our game board with e5 and advance. Now, because the knight is on g6 already, you're not going to put your knight on f5. You're almost obliged to play f7, f6 here.
Absolutely.
If you delay it too long, the knight on g6 is going to be like a a target for the H pawn, G3, H4, H5. So I don't know if this is if we're still in theoretical waters, but both players are playing quickly, Miro. So I'm going to suggest they're in their prep.
There might be, because there are still games for this position, including the last move which was played, which was bishop e3, white's move. I don't know. Yeah, black is still thinking. Yeah, well, if we are to speak of key moments in this game, when he has played knight g6, when Magnus played knight g6, he pretty much accepts this French structure because, yeah, after c2, c3, you can't really play d5 immediately because it's a bit too much, so you have to play bishop e7 first, and then we are getting to this blockade French structure here. Actually, white starts with knight c3 and white into the capture, right, and only then goes e5. Much more popular, instead of knight g6, to go d7, d5.
Right away, yeah.
By a huge margin, like almost 800 games compared to knight g6 being 90 games only. And for the current position on the board, computer tends to like white, but yeah, it's hard to tell. It's not a big advantage, and sometimes maybe it can be explained simply by white having a bit more space, you know. So computers tend to like space.
Yes. Me too. And their matchups, Nazi, how do they do against one another? Didn't see this coming. Wow.
They've only played 10 rapid games and Magnus won 7 of them.
That's a good customer. I mean, that is a very, very... Richie wants to break that trend. My goodness. Oh, I didn't see that coming. 0-7. Terrible, in fact.
Let's check with our other tournament leader, Fabiano.
Absolutely.
Who's playing Gukesh.
And let's see what... This looks like it's coming from one of those Joko piano games. And, you know, when you play A5, when you
colors,
play...
right?
Yeah, it's like... Everybody plays with both colors these days. Some people play with A5, others with A6. Gukesh goes with the A6, the traditional way of playing. H2, H3, H6, B4. Now, this is really something I've noticed more from Wesley So. Wesley has been kind of playing it in these slow ways with a B4 and Queen C2 and Rook E1 and Bishop B2. And, well... Okay, I guess Fabi. By the way, everybody studies Wesley So's games too, right? So Fabi says.
Gukesh is well prepared too. He has still 24 minutes on the clock.
He's playing very, very quickly. Yeah, Bishop E3 takes, and again, it's very deceptive. It looks like everything's quiet and solid, but in fact. The strategical, it's so sharp. Even though it looks on the appearance, on the surface of things, nothing special is going on.
I think it's always misleading because 16 pawns are on the board.
Right, and things can blow up like that. And by the way, for Gukesh, day 2 was really a good day as he's coming out from 2 victories. Bishop takes E3, Rook E3, throwing it over to you, Miro. What's the Oh, sorry, you've got the other game.
We can turn
what's
to
the consensus of the
yeah.
Fabiano's position with Gukesh?
Right, so they've left the theory not that long ago, believe it or not. Yeah, after 13 moves, you can still find games of one Magnus Carlsen with white and some other players. Right, knight g3 happens to be the first independent move, even though it's very standard for this kind of positions, right? d5, bishop e3, bishop takes, rook takes. And you were right, it's very hard to assess those positions, right? Like the pawn change and it can shape any way of form. Interestingly, I was told by Alexander Grishuk, who understands a thing or two about, you know, chess in general and Gioco Piano Italian in particular, that you don't want to double those pawns if white can play a4 and b4. If you remember, at some point, black switched to a7, a5 instead of a7, a6, and then they can happily do this bishop e6 thing. And here, according to Grishuk, once again, Well, white must be slightly better. That's what I was told. The computer tends to agree, but even though the lines it provides are underwhelming. It's not like white's better because of this, this, and this. It's like you play rook e1 and you're slightly better, perhaps because of the pawn structure. So it's a long, long grind, I believe.
C7, C6 on the board, Miro. Is that a standard move, I want to say? Ask.
Yeah, well, perhaps it's actually, for me, it's not that easy to understand why would you play c6 here, because
Right.
you're never planning to capture with the c-pawn, right?
Right.
So after rook e3, computer has, as the critical line, it actually has d4.
Right. And
So
then rook
c takes, e takes, and rook to e2.
rook
And
E2.
then rook will go to c2, perhaps, if knight f4 is played. And this was roughly equal. After c6 tends to favor white slightly. But I think it's too early to draw any conclusions. If I may, I'd like to switch to Nepo's game.
Please, by all means.
Right, because a couple of moves ago, computer was very happy with what he was doing. So after Yasser's novelty h4,
well, let's not go too far.
rook f2, h7, h6 for now.
Right.
I don't know if black needed, but perhaps he needed h7, h6. And then the very next move Saric played happens to be a mistake. So b2, b3, and
D3.
then Nepo goes with d5. And I'll have to ask for help from an engine
-2.
to comprehend why it is so strong. Right, and the critical line should be a capture on d5, of course, right? Knight takes, and then rook takes. That would be my naive version of what can possibly go wrong for it. And then you take, and if queen takes, it turns out, so that's a funny tactic here. A check here,
And rook d6.
and rook to d6.
Wow.
So d5 wasn't a threat, but since white played b3,
He made it.
yeah, weakened this diagonal, made queen a3 possible.
Ouch.
And that's very common pattern in chess. Yeah, you typically blunder a tactical idea which was not there before your last move.
Right. In fact, after d5, Ivan played king b1.
Right,
And
which
you think to
makes
yourself,
things worse.
yeah, maybe you should have played king b1 initially and not b3.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So after d takes e4, it's just better for black. Black perhaps just wins a pawn. So what computer gives us the follow-up for
Midnight.
white is to capture on e5, ef3, and just play this position. But black is a pawn up and still has some attacking potential, so things looking good for Nepo. And it'll be his 4th in a row if he wins.
Wow.
Wow.
That's impressive.
Yeah. Just turning to the game of Firouzja for a moment. This is the E3 Nimzo Indian for white by Constantin. And something about this move, knight d5, I find this move very attractive because at this exact moment, there's no e4. You'll take and play bishop takes. And you'll understand that the move rook e1 preps e5. And after b5,
I want to see your reaction after his last
F5,
move.
yeah, I like it. It shuts white down. I have played in my career Dutch stonewalls, but I never had such a good bishop
But does
as
it
the bishop
really
on.
shut it down? Can white still play e4?
Well, let's have a look. See, e4 takes, bishop takes, and now we pause for just a moment.
By the way, you didn't have to take. You had knight f4 option as well, which looked quite attractive.
You're right. Knight f4 would, in this case, tickle the bishop. Probably bishop
Drop back.
Bishop drops back. Ideas of e5. More or less, I want to take this pawn
Yeah, the
on
knight on
d4.
f4 is
It
quite
looks
unpleasant
good.
for white.
It looks good, but how to follow up on this?
So I think because of the knight f4,
Constantin took on
d5.
d5.
Yes, and maybe he'll play e4 next move if you take with the bishop.
Exactly. If I take with the pawn, then you'll drop the knight on e5.
Mm-hmm.
So taking with the bishop looks right. E4 takes. Now, I'm not really afraid of bishop d5, but the question is, I want my queen, the black queen, to get somewhere. Like f4 would be
h5 would be good too, but how do we
kind of
get
an
there?
ideal square. I don't know. Queen f6?
That looks good.
Okay.
I don't like white's bishop on b2.
No, it doesn't make a good impression at all. You probably want to play, again, something with queen c2 and knight e5. Intriguing game going on. I want to go back to the Vichy game because Vichy versus Duda, this was the queen b6. If you remember, we got this rook b1 on the board. A move kind of took us by surprise. We were mainly focused on a5, but rook b1 was Vichy's choice. h6, queen c6, attacks the pawn on e4, knight d2. And this reminds me of the game between Vichy and Saric from yesterday, where you remember we had a queen on g3 that went to f2. Okay, knight c5, rook a1. I don't know about you guys, but that's an indication to me that white's not comfy. Rook a1, castles, bishop f3, castles, b5. It feels like Duda's for choice here. I don't know. I'm not a fan of Vichy's play. What says the engine, Miro?
Right you are. Yasser. Rook b1 and then rook a1 fails to impress.
Yep.
And I'm wondering if Nazi's rook a2 would have been better. At least the a-pawn would be protected at this moment, right? I mean, after knight c5, imagine this rook on a2. At least you can castle.
Right.
But maybe you're running into bishop e6. Anyway, for the current position, after queen e2, well, computer was suggesting to swap the rooks and probably go b4 next move, but even after rook a to b8, it's really awkward for white.
Okay.
It's really awkward for white. Well, perhaps requires some, some measures like go b4, and then black has a funny trick to jump to b3 because now c3 knight is hanging, and yeah, some really wild complications, like. Knight goes to d5. Bishop takes over here, believe it or not, because after e takes, queen c2, all of a sudden black holds, even though it looks dangerous, right? The queen's almost trapped, but no, you can't do much. And
rook on a1 is hanging too.
Right.
Yeah.
Oops.
That wasn't the intention.
Returned all the way back. And we've gotten another move from Vichy, which is rook f to d1. And here, black just has to play the Sicilian move, rook c8, and gets quite a serious pressure. So Vichy maybe did not recover fully after yesterday's loss.
Well, one player who's having a tough time with the white pieces as well is Ivan Saric. As this move d5 is by Nepo, when he got that move in, b2, b3 being a mistake, b3 followed by king b1, it's almost like, okay, play king b1 first, and then you can decide whether you want to play bishop c1 or c3 or b3. But b3 allowed this d5, and as Miro was pointing out, there's this beautiful tactic of check and rook d6 after capturing everything on d5. King b1, there goes a pawn, there goes another pawn, and with that capture too, knight g4 forks everybody. Bishop to d4 to keep the knight from going to g4. There's a mate on g7. Queen d6, rook, and already very big advantage.
Can Nepo win another pawn with bishop f5?
Wow, if he can do that. I was thinking he was going to go knight g4 or
so
knight e4.
Attractive moves.
Exactly. But you like bishop f5, and does it win another pawn if I play bishop d3?
I take bishop takes d3, which he just played, I think, bishop f5.
He did.
Yes.
He likes
you have to take with the c. Oh.
Rook takes. You're thinking rook takes.
No, here maybe I'll just play f2 first.
F2 first. Can I?
Knight jump now.
Knight e4. Yeah. Oh, it looks terrible. Bishop f5 and Nepo cruising. He complained to Anastasiya at breakfast yesterday that he was looking to win one in a row. He made it 3 out of 3, and this looks like he's making it 4 out of 4, picking up 8 points in the rapid. Miro, this suddenly Nepo is on a roll.
Right. Well, completely winning. If you ask the engine, it's almost +4.
Wow.
More than +4, in fact, after bishop f5, which was the most precise move. And not much I can say. Like, if you look at the engine suggestions, sometimes the evaluation doesn't tell you much. But if you look at the suggestions of the engine to go king A1 or king B2, you understand something's terribly wrong with white's position. Yeah, bishop C4 was played, and now knight E4 seems to be crushing, because, well, it's really hard to find places for all the white pieces. And white has to go rook D8. Rook's gonna be traded. Black goes king H7. Now the F pawn is very dangerous. Already some threats of capturing the bishop on C4, going F2. Yeah,
And
Nepo's
he likes
winning.
that knight E4 move very much.
Played instantly.
Yeah, the tempo and that whole idea of F2 and rook takes C4 is very compelling. Jumping to the game of Richie and Magnus, because that is a game that's kind of slipping away out of our purview. After the move bishop E3, I thought rook C8, and you kind of bring everybody, and then you decide when you're going to play F6. Magnus preferred H7, H6, G2, G3, and this is what I'm talking about. If white plays H5 on his next turn, like just H5, and your knight has to go to H8, you're crying. You got to get in F7, F6.
Although we did see Magnus play knight H8 yesterday.
Voluntarily.
Against Firouzja, yeah.
Exactly. F6 takes, rook C1, bishop D6. It really looks like just a very traditional,
French.
French with knight D2. Knight comes back to E7, looking to play knight F5 and capture this bishop. Knight A4, pardon me, knight C5 takes, queen B6. We're seeing a lot of queen B6, Miro, in today's round 7. Why is everybody like queen B6? Don't tell me because they want to win a pawn.
Well, perhaps they do, because what white has to do is to play queen D2. But you've identified it absolutely right. White's position is better. It does seem to be like a very favorable version of the French defense, with moves like, put it simple, queen to D2, rook to F8, well,
Right.
creating some pressure. And now I'm checking, well, for whatever reason, that might be a hard move to find. It's important to drop the rook to the 3rd rank.
Just
and then, that's the
overprotect.
reason when he captures, we probably just capture with the rook, protect the knight. And it's all going to be about the difference of the bishop's strength, right? The bishop on G2 can go to H3, and the bishop on D7 is not that active at the moment.
Exactly. When we left it, we didn't like Vichy's position that much. Maybe it's not completely terrible, but after rook D1, knight A4.
Just think
Knight
black got
takes.
everything they look for in this opening.
When you play the Sicilian as black and you sit there and you look at this position, you go, well, this is kind of a dream position. As you're about to say, the ideal, if you will. The rooks very nicely positioned. The extra center pawn. Walter Brown, 6-time U.S. champion, used to tell me the thing about the Sicilian is you're better in the ending.
I was just going to say that and
Really?
suggest queen C3.
You're better in the ending. I said, well, why, Walter, is black better in the ending? He says, well, you have an extra center pawn. And this is the
B3
ideal.
pawn is not a pass pawn, it's a weakness in this position.
Well, it's a weak pass pawn.
Weak pass pawn.
And Miro, what can you tell us about the position?
Well, it happens to be that knight A4 was perhaps selling his initiative a little bit too cheap.
Cheaply.
When he went knight A4, because Vichy reacted in the right way. B3, A B3, C B3, and in fact nobody asked what happens if the pawn is taken, right?
Right.
And it turns out white is not that unhappy because he's getting some very annoying initiative for the pawn. So rook C1, you can't really go to the B file because of some various pins, and you have to make some awkward moves like queen to E8, and then white captures and goes rook to A7. And then if white ever gets the chance to activate this bishop, like get it to A2, G8 diagonal, it's white who's going to be better. So computer has it as an equal position, this one, with black being a pawn up. And also black has to play some awkward moves, like knight H7 or so. So after rook F to C8, and by the way, instead of knight A4, as we discussed, just any typical Sicilian move would keep black an advantage. Rook to e8 even, or rook to c8, which is far more common. And in the current position, yeah, queen c3 was an option. However, white trades. And once again, it seems, if we trust the machine, it seems not to care much about black taking on b3, says I'll defend with two bishops.
Right.
Right, so bishop f8, h3, let me pick at the evaluation right now. Still favorable for black, but not as much as he would have if would he play rook c8.
Interesting. And just taking a look at Vishy's day ahead and who he's facing. Once more, at the opening of the show, Miro, you were telling us about his opponents. That's kind of murderer's row right there. I mean, he plays his compatriot in round 8, but Gukesh is playing a very good tournament.
Yes, he won 2 in a row, and he's looking good against Fabi as well. And then in the last round today, Vishy will be playing possibly the sole tournament leader after this round.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Nepo having won 4. And Nepo is enjoying himself, I would say. He's enjoying the game.
Very confident that he's got this game in his pocket.
Well, just the fact that you're taking a walk during a rapid game.
And it's his move.
I don't think he's aware yet. Okay, now he's suddenly aware as he faces a check, quickly trades, and king h7. And it's about that f-pawn, that pawn on f3. Bishop takes f7, f2 would be nice. Just wanted to go to Fabi's game for a moment, because after the move c7, c6, I kind of felt that Fabi was going to reach for his a-pawn, maybe play the move a5, kind of shut things down and grab some space over there. He went for queen c2.
Wesley's move.
Wesley's move. a5, rook b1, takes, d4, rook back. So far, everything looks pretty normal. And then knight h7. Okay, for me as white, I get terrified of these exchange sacrifices. Rook takes,
and then two knights coming to h4 and g5. Yeah.
h4, g5, even f4. I would not want to do. I would not want to face those knights. No, not at all. Was it? No, I think we had more moves. Just a second. What did he do? Sorry, yes, he did stop it. Queen to d1 defends the knight, but at the same time, rook f7. Gukesh, he's the one pushing at this moment, because
he has slightly worse pawn structure, but
the double
he has the initiative on the king side. But can he really start an attack?
Right. So the first thing is, the first question I might ask is that if I, in the immortal words of Jim McCormick, seize the defensive on the king side, I go rook
G5?
Yeah, queen g5, and more or less I wanted to meet that move with queen g4. The moment I trade queens, I feel like,
no more checkmates.
Yeah, no more checkmates.
Maybe start with knight f4.
Knight
instead.
f4, exactly.
So you don't have queen g4 anymore.
Exactly. d3 is going to be, and this starts to feel uncomfortable. I'm not in time to play g3 and h4.
Yeah, I'll say this is definitely not the position Fabi was hoping to get with white.
Exactly. On the other hand, Miro, it's not like there's a terrible amount of weaknesses in white's position, but I do feel he's on the back foot.
Right,
what does the engine say?
You are, yes. Well, even though after queen e7, engine has it as an equal position,
right.
Believe it or not. Right, but it's equal if you find the right maneuver, because king h2 is not that surprising, right? Very often you do king h2 and sometimes even knight to g1 to protect the h3 pawn to go g3. But how about the f-file, right? You're not in time to move the knight away. Rook to f8, and here you have to foresee that rook g1 guards you against this sacrifice. If black sacrifices, white is not that unhappy. He'll put the rook on g3 and, well, according to machine, survive. And what he has done in the game was rook b2, rook a to f8, and then he's no longer in time, right? He has to move the knight away. Knight f4, and this is annoying. King h1, but it'll be very hard to get rid of this knight on f4. Right?
Yeah, you're not ready for h4 and g3. But again, this position, even though black does look like he's enjoying the initiative, again, white is covering all of the potential weaknesses.
It's very possible also for black to over-push here.
Easily.
And then end up in a much worse endgame because of the pawn structure.
Easily, yeah. If we take the queens off the board, I got a rook on d2, I'm suddenly playing knight g4, and white's for choice. In this exact position, Miro, king h1, I have to imagine black has to find also some precise moves. Because, as Nazi was just saying, if you don't, hit directly on the head here, white could easily take over the game. Queen g4, g3, let's go, let's go.
Right you are. And in fact, upon some consideration, engine sort of changes its opinion. Right, and then goes for something like c6, c5.
Whoa.
And then as white, you would not be terrified with the prospect that black opens files for your pieces on the queen side, right?
Right.
Because otherwise, yeah, if black, let's imagine black does something slowish, right?
Yes.
It's still that white's not getting somewhere too fast, but rook to f1.
Okay.
And I don't know, let's just pass with black. What's
Okay.
white's idea? Okay, it's h4.
And
so this
finally
is how
g3.
he gets rid of the weak pawn on h3. So
Yeah.
h4, the pawn can be taken. Yes, of course, I've made a couple of silly moves with black because now it's a double attack, right?
Right.
Okay, so this is apparently how it works. h4 and the very next move g3. Okay, I'll waste one more tempo just to highlight how it works. g3, and if white gets this he's much better.
Right.
So that's the conflict is about this knight on f4 being able or not being able to stay there. If it's pushed away, white's
Expelled.
better in any possible regard.
Okay.
And Gukesh played like the engine, c5.
Wow. Again, that's not an easy move to find because, as you were saying, Miro, your instinct as black in these moments is not to help your opponent's rook on b file being opened. Just to remind everybody who's joining us late,
We have three co-leaders, Fabi, Jan, and Vichy, and Gukesh is not far behind. So if he manages to pull a win,
yeah,
against
he
Fabi, he will-
leapfrogs.
Yeah.
Now, has Nepo won the game? Because when we left it, it just seemed like Ivan had misplayed it badly.
The game's still going, but he has like 4 extra pawns on the king side.
But they're not connected. They're not connected. They're an ugly, but there's a lot of them. When we left it after this move, bishop c4, knight e4, rook check. There was a trade of rooks, king h7, bishop f1. So essentially, Ivan is worried. Rook takes c4 and f2 was on black's agenda. So after bishop f1, f6, bishop moves, g5. Let's go. Those are
The
terrifying
question
pawns.
is, which pawn should we push?
Exactly.
Too many options.
Wow. Okay. I'm a pawn grubber, but g5 takes h4. Oh, there is a knight g3 sighting. Ooh. Bishop to d3, f2, and yeah, it's 4 pawns versus black. Yeah, white doesn't have any kingside structure. And by the way, white's passers
Nepo is
over
just
here.
winning his games with 7 minutes. He still has 18 minutes on the clock.
He's playing very, very quickly, and I remember Vichy as a junior player, all the way. He broke into the top 10, and he was playing classical games with having used 10 minutes.
Wow.
Yeah, and his opponent would have like no time on his clock. He really threw everybody off with his speed. This looks like it's over, and back over to you, Miro. What caught your eye?
Well, we might get a win for one of the participants who did not win a single game yet. Chances of Constantin Lupulescu look better and better. I think you guys left it somewhere here, or maybe
Right.
a move earlier, right?
Yeah.
And then you were suggesting queen f6, knight b6 was one of the top engine choices, as well as your queen f6. And what happened next? That was a crucial moment. So now, side's structure, pawn structure, is quite remarkable, right? White, you may argue, has an extra pawn on the king side, right? Majority, while black's c-pawn is a backward pawn. But with the bishop on b2 not being very active, black has to have good chances. And up to the point, it was exactly that. Knight c4, bishop c1, and then a5. Interesting, very tempting move. Happens to be not the best. So b takes, rook takes. And then knight e5 supposedly gives white substantial advantage. I'm still trying to comprehend why is that? Yes.
Right.
Bishop takes, d takes, queen e6, and guess what? You've got the majority. You have to start pushing. f4, and then next move g4, and rook slide on the second rank, and all of a sudden white develops quite a devastating attack. So Firouzja is in trouble, I have to say.
Well, that's so surprising because if you looked at the position, I would say, oh, this came out of an open Spanish. That's an easy one. And the idea that white, okay, this is the game of Nepo versus Ivan Saric. But the idea that suddenly white with this majority that looks like it's blockaded is winning or better, that's shocking.
It's very hard to believe.
Yeah.
Black still looks like they should be fine.
Right, but f4 with the idea g4, f5. And Ivan tips his hat and says, well done. My b3 and king b1 were terrible. And Nepo. I think he was he was certainly at the bottom half, but I don't want to say he was ever last, but he was pretty down there.
He started with a loss the first round.
Well, let's take a look at Nepo's tournament thus far. So he was in last place.
After round one, yes.
Yes.
He lost the first round, then he drew the next two. He was in trouble in both of them.
Yes, he could have easily lost that.
4 in a row. Is he pulling a Magnus?
Yeah. Well, as we were saying, plus 10. Well, Nepo is a happy guy. Bravo. Let's just jump to Fabi versus Gukesh because Fabi understands what he needs to do. He's got to expel this knight on
h4
f4.
on the board.
When we left it, we had left it after c5.
I'm
d5.
surprised Fabi closed the files. We were just talking about how it would be nice for white to have an open file on the queen side.
Yeah.
Instead of taking on c5, he pushed b5.
I guess it's a timing issue from white's point of view. White wants to get an h4, g3, expel this knight on f4, and then at his convenience take. I think there's something, maybe he's afraid that if he captured queen takes c5, that he was afraid that this d-pawn was too vulnerable. As it turns out, he played the move b5, b6, h4. He's ready for g3.
But doesn't
Please.
h4 blunder a pawn? I'm maybe missing something. Knight g6?
Oh, I thought you were going to take it, and I was going to.
Oh, not on
g3. Knight g6, so it's a double hit.
Because when Miro was showing us the line, rook was on f1, white's rook.
Yes.
White was playing rook f1 first,
And
then
so,
h4.
and then in this case, he could play g3, but he can't anymore.
Without rook on f1, pawn on f2 is just hanging.
So to continue the variation, Nasi, h5, would you come back in this case?
Let's see. Is rook f4, sorry, is rook f2 an option?
Let's have a look. Wow.
No, it's not. I don't have enough pieces left. I will
Well,
go
let
back.
me show you why I don't think it works. Sorry, what would you do? You go
I'll
back.
go back, knight f4, yes.
Knight f4. Okay. Well, it's something. Just a second. d3 is. Okay, so if I go, just for argument's sake, rook f1, let's just see. I think this is the.
See, now I really want to switch on the queen side a little bit, play c4 and queen a3 or queen c5.
Oh, that's nice.
Because I have my d4 pawn is just beautiful.
It truly is. And okay. You're making a believer out of me. I think Fabi is still, let's say, awkwardly placed. Miro, jump in, please.
Well, you can't find a better word to describe it, awkwardly. And yeah, So first things first, like capture on c5 was possible, but it's not better than b5. Let's agree on that. And h4 happens to be quite a serious inaccuracy. And not that white has kind of distinctly better move here. It's just that it really allows knight g6. And then h4's hanging, f2's hanging, so you're pretty much limited to h5, knight f4. And not only c4 ideas, but queen g5 is very annoying because you're about to drop the h5 pawn. And what you would like to do normally in this position is queen g4 followed by g3, but then you're dropping d3. Right? So this is impossible. And therefore, the whole sequence doesn't work. And you still have to play a move like rook to g1, after which this happens and this happens. And white apparently has some compensation. It's not -1, so it's just not a pawn for good. White has to go a5 and create some sort of counterplay there, but black is better.
Right. I've got it. I've got it, guys. Okay, after you play the knight to g6, I'm going to sacrifice a pawn. Like once every year or two, I do make pawn sacrifices. I'm going to play the move g3.
Okay.
And you're going to take on f2.
Oh, it's because you want to shove my knight back to h8.
Back to h8. No, rook takes f2, rook takes f2. And basically, I'm going to congratulate you and say, you know, you're a pawn up. But your pawn's a double pawn. It's not the worst thing that ever happened in my life, that these two pawns on e5 and e6. And I'll just try to trade off your active piece. And I'm going to say this knight on g6, one day...
I would probably keep the rook and go to b2.
Right, but you feel where I'm going with this,
Yes.
that it's a pawn sacrifice that you may not think it's that great. I'm going to play queen h5 and knight.
Unfortunately, we're not going to see any of these
Any
fun
of this?
lines because Gukesh played queen c7, no knight
No
g6.
knight g6.
I think he's just prepping c4.
It would appear to be the case. No knight g6.
What if I play rook c2?
Rook c2. That's a good preventive move. When I see the move h4, I said, g3 knight h3. Oh, yeah, queen c7. I want to get rid of the knight. That was the whole purpose of h4. I want to play g3, but g3 would walk into knight h3, right?
What if I play f3? Is your knight trapped?
It is. Okay, so g3.
We have it on the board.
Get rid of
You know
the...
what's interesting?
What's that?
Knight d3 sacrifice and c4. Are my pawns good enough? D4 and c4?
Whoa. So
It's not my game, I
Yeah,
can say.
you can sacrifice pieces. So hold on, you get a pawn. You're not going for rook f2. You're going for a piece
C4.
sacrifice with c4. Wow. Miro, jump in on this one. Is Nazi
I just want to
tactical?
congratulate Nazi on being in perfect form because knight d3 gives black close to the decisive advantage.
No.
Fabi's last move was a big mistake. So after queen c7, it's actually shifted a bit in white's favor and he could play
Rook
rook
c2,
c2, just stopping the c-pawn, or
Right.
even, according to machine once again, just go a5, probably getting some counterplay of his own. And after g3, indeed, if knight goes back to g6, it's in white's favor, but
Right.
he has to find knight takes, queen takes, go c4.
Wow.
Comp is indecisive where the queen goes either f1 or d1, and in both cases you just play d3, and you say, well, okay, this game has more than only knights, right? I mean, so pawns are marching, f2's hanging. It's very dangerous for Fabi. Might be really, really bad.
Hold
That
on,
white
hold on.
knight-
It's one pawn.
Needs to jump to c3 from h2 and then Fabi's good.
Right.
Well, okay, c3 is a big threat.
Yeah.
How do you deal with that? Like rook a2 is one of the versions, but
Okay.
then queen gets to c5.
I'll go with rook
f3,
a2.
and then rook to d8. So he's banking on this pair of passed pawns. But just rook to d8, rook to c7. It's not easy, I believe, in a game when you have rooks lined on the f-file, right? All of a sudden to switch to this idea that you actually play in the center and the queen side. So he might not find it, but if he doesn't find it, it immediately shifts in white's favor.
But on the other hand, Gukesh just played queen c7, so I think knight d3 idea is maybe already in his head and c4 push.
Right. Well, I was thinking he move queen c7 preps.
And he played it.
Knight takes e3. Yeah, that he wanted to play c5, c4, and now recognize that he's kind of pushed into this sacrifice. I was thinking that the queen makes a terrible blockader of passed pawns. So instead of the move queen d1, queen f1, and I'm assuming d3 once again. Can I hold you up with the move rook to d2? I mean, I'm dreaming that this knight on h2.
c3, rook d3, rook takes f2. Where does your queen go?
That's a good question.
h3 threatens queen e6 with a check.
I like it. That wins a pawn.
Maybe queen c4.
Ah. You know, you're a party pooper. That stopped my fun on all counts. But wait a minute. Okay, so I'll continue rook, or should I continue rook to d7 and queen g4?
You think you have time for counterpart?
I don't know. The c pawn is definitely scary. Okay, but rook. Miro, we're getting mired in a variation of queen f1. Clear the cobwebs. How would the line continue?
Well, you'd be surprised, but exactly in the same way, at least computer claims it to be. So d3, rook to d2, it goes queen c5 nevertheless, attacks the f2 pawn. You have to push the pawn according to machine, so perhaps knight... let's just find out why knight g4 is bad. It's this, followed by this, and if you capture, it's rook takes, queen h3, and c2.
You give up the e6 pawn as well.
Yeah, it's not me. Yes, I wouldn't give up anything.
You don't give anything.
Yeah,
right.
but the machine says
remorselessly.
The machine says that this is winning.
Wow.
Don't tell me I've blundered the queen. And no, that's funny. So check. And the thing is, if you go here, it's a check again, and he captures. You're a queen up for a brief moment, but rook h1 is a big threat,
It's
right?
mate. Yes.
Right. So anyway, if you're back all the way here, queen c5, he needs to play f3, and then black does exactly the same. So protects this pawn. And it's interesting, black is what? Down a horse for just a pawn. And he's not running. He's not rushing it. So rook to d7, rook to c8. So it's a huge positional compensation because of those two pawns.
Exactly. Let's just bounce around as the players are getting into time trouble. Once again, we do have one decisive result. I'm looking at the game of Magnus Carlsen. I like Richie's position, 3 versus 3, but this, pawn on e6, that's not making a nice impression. And Richie's last move, I really like, rook e5. He's looking at rook b5, and I don't know.
You think white has real chances?
I do. Reverse the players for a moment. You would say Magnus is in his element.
I think black shouldn't let rook go to b5, so maybe bishop e8. I just want to exchange also those bishops next
bishop
move.
to e8.
Bishop c6.
The desirable bishop to d5 is just walking. Is that right? Bishop to d5.
Well, you would win a pawn.
I would.
Rook takes e6.
Rook takes e6. Yes, exactly. So bishop d5 would provoke you to playing bishop to d7.
I don't have to. Well, I can sacrifice a pawn. It should still be a draw. Rook e8, b5.
King.
Yes,
Okay, interesting.
Very active king.
But okay, let's continue our walk around. Fabi, we've just been discussing. Firouzja. Well, we did see the move f4. It did get played, but it did not get followed up because
of h5.
G4 stopped it. Queen f3, h4, g4, hg, and Firouzja is keeping his queen, firmly blockading the passers.
I like black here more. What about you?
Me too. As long as you're not playing f5 and e6, Firouzja is doing fine.
Lupulescu just needs to reverse queen and rook.
Exactly.
Then black would be in danger. But
If you could play rook g2 to g6, right? Hit the queen. Miro, jump in.
Right
Where did
you
it go
are.
wrong?
Right
For
you are. So now,
Constantin.
in the position on the board, well, Compy says it's equal, but I would prefer black, if anything. Queen f5 and so on, right?
Yep.
However, the initial assessment was correct. So after h4, could it be that he's forgotten about Anposanya? So I don't know. g4 looks a bit strange.
Yeah.
So rook f2, okay.
Threatening
Jokes aside,
f5.
rook f2, g6, otherwise f5's happening. And here the move to get substantial advantage is queen g4. This might be a hard move. This might be a hard move to play. But once again, if you trust computer, this is good. If you take on a3, this is super bad for black. So
Right.
just two past, it's like what they say, it's not the quantity, it's quality what matters. So those two connected passed pawns are perhaps just winning the game. The knight is too far, right? So e6, f6, bishop goes in. Right, and after what he did over here, yeah, rook d7 was played instead of queen f5, roughly equal.
Interruption, Miro. We do have a draw in the game between Richie and Magnus. Just exactly the point where I'm saying Richie has an edge.
commentator's curse.
Exactly. Commentator's curse once again. Got us. Sorry to interrupt you because I just wanted to go very quickly to the game of Fabi and Gukesh because a lot of moves got played very quickly.
They followed exactly our lines, yes,
Queen
sir.
f1, d3.
Gukesh didn't play queen c5 as Miro was suggesting. He played immediately c3
Exactly.
and then queen c4 on the board. And here we're looking at rook d6, I think.
Yes, that was our line. I was contemplating both rook d6 and rook d7. The reason I was thinking about rook d7, my queen on h3 is terrifyingly bad. I want to get my queen into the game, and if I play rook d6 and queen g4, I do have a threat.
We do have rook d6 on the board. By the way, both players under 3 minutes.
Ooh.
Game's heating up.
Was this right, Miro? Was the
well,
move
it's getting a bit shaky. Yes,
It's getting there's a knight on h2.
As we already know, c3 wasn't the best move, but the
Okay.
reason for that is actually quite remarkable. So rook takes f2, so far so good. Queen h3, you're absolutely right. Queen c4, and then, in order to keep the balance, white had to play g4, and that's definitely not the first move you consider. And after g4,
It wasn't even in my
yeah, like
mind.
queen is joining to stop the c pawn. And what he has done in the game, rook d2, once again, it's a tough moment because apparently the advantage is rook e2. And once again, it's not that easy to consider this move.
Rook
so now
e2.
if white trades, he can take the pawn with a check. But then after king h7, once again,
Not an
important.
easy- wow.
King h7 to first force a check and then to go to h8. Because if you go to h8 immediately, let me show you, if you go to h8 immediately, then queen e5 is a huge tempo. Rook h6 is threatening and c3 is hanging. So that's, you know, it's not that easy to guess all those correct moves.
By the way, just to interrupt you, it looked like Magnus
Yeah.
was fascinated by this position as well. But king h7.
King h7, then king h8. Of course, those are really tricky details. And even to consider rook e2, I believe it's not that easy. So
Exactly. Well,
machine has it as better for black, but pretty much anything can happen.
Instead of going to rest and prep for the next game, Magnus is there analyzing, calculating this game.
You know, it's so strange. I'm looking at Magnus right now. When I was playing in these events with Garry Kasparov, it was like people would finish their games and then just go to Gary's board and just, you know, watch what was going on. And I remember one Olympiad where Gary played Victor Korchnoi, Lausanne, where literally, you know, 900 people in the playing hall who were playing their game stopped to watch that game. Soviet Union versus Switzerland. It was an amazing game. Anyway, Magnus absorbed by the game. You say that Gukesh, the engine, likes Gukesh's position because of the move rook e2. Well, guess what? He played
played
rook
it.
e2. And the
And
players
he
are blitzing.
makes a mistake, King
Oh,
H7,
King
but
H8.
again, I mean, how do you know?
Yeah, and here you said
Queen takes E5 saves white, yes,
It's
and
a
then
key
you go
move.
C2, Rook
Yeah.
check, King G8, and some perpetual with Queen D5 and Queen to the 8th rank. That's,
And he's
according to the
done it.
machine, that's the correct line. So King H7, once again, would have, if not won, but gotten black a really serious advantage. And then you
Queen
go here,
takes
even play Rook G8, a passive move, because your C-pawn is too strong. So once again, the knight on H2 is not on time, right? The C-pawn is too strong.
Remarkable. Sorry, a game we've kind of left behind. Vichy versus Duda. Nothing really took place, so we didn't really miss too much in this particular game. 3 versus 3. The players appear to be drifting their way towards a draw. And the game of Firouzja, well, it's
mess
a
on the
mess. The clock is a huge factor, Nazi.
Yes. Firouzja has only 42 seconds, Lupulescu 2.5 minutes, and a complete chaos on the board.
Right. When we left it, we were complaining that White's queen was misplaced and that the rooks needed to be ahead of the queen. Well, guess what? That was exactly what
To do that, yes.
Constantin managed to do. His rook did leap over the queen. The rook is threatening, rook takes g7. And we have this position on the board. Miro, help us out.
What is
Right,
going
still-
on?
What's going on?
Yeah, they say it says still roughly equal, but it doesn't mean anything because, you know, with such a short, being such short on time, anything
Right.
can happen. So it suggests Queen G4 for white.
Yeah, I was about to say, I really, really want to play the move e6 and f5 so desperately.
Yeah, and black's only move would be Rook B to E7, and then seemingly white doesn't have much. Like you can give a check on C8,
Okay.
Rook to F8, capture the pawn. So
That's-
you're a pawn up,
Yeah.
and Rook B7, and says it's equal.
Crazy.
Crazy,
Nazi.
because yeah, perhaps whenever you get, you know, like breathing room, you'll play D3, and you'll start having threats of your own, right? And perhaps white really can't join the game with the bishop, right? So the bishop on C1. White squeezes the maximum activity of what plays, but bishop from C1 simply cannot join the attack, and therefore, yeah, you can see yourself zeros, so it means black's holding.
Nazi, to me, the position's not zeros.
Not at all.
It's 3 results. And I would
Absolutely.
be shocked if somebody didn't win this game.
Agreed.
One of these players. But there's 17 seconds to a minute 14, and Constantin used a lot of clock on that move, Queen G4. Rook E7.
I think we have some updates in Fabi's game. I
Also?
think Fabi's playing for a win because he gave up his rook for that pawn
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
instead of going for the perpetual check.
Queen takes E5, C2, and he had a perpet on the board. He could have played Queen D8 and made the perpetual. He decided to give up his rook.
And bring the
By-
knight into
By
the
the way,
game.
just a quick visual of the 2 queens here. Whose turn? Whose turn? Rook takes, knight F3. And he said, well, wait a minute. I've got a couple of pawns and I've got a threat.
He's got 3 pawns on the knight.
Yeah, I like that. I understand why he might have been...
So unless there
attracted.
is already a perpetual here for black, I think black's in trouble.
Well, we just saw
There-
Queen C2 check. I'm imagining King H3.
Queen c8
Queen C8.
does look like a perpetual.
Because G4 would be asking too much. Yes, then Queen C3.
Yes.
Queen C8. Oh, thank you. Good morning, St. Louis. Ooh, that would be lights out, actually. So I would have to go back. Okay, so from Fabi's point of view,
Could he try king f1 after queen c2 check?
you mean walking into the pin? Ooh, I don't know me gusta.
Oh,
Isn't
queen c3
same
is
Queen
still-
C3,
still
but-
the
Yeah,
same,
yeah. I'm not
So I
happy
can't-
about that.
I can't cross. Then it's a perpetual.
No, a draw. The
How?
moment commentators curse again. The moment we
Yeah,
said
sir. I told you it was an equal position.
And we do have another game racing towards a draw. Vichy, it all happened at the very end. Quick results, and the Gukesh game is still ongoing.
Okay, Fabi found a escape
wait,
from perpetual knight d2, but he did give up one pawn.
And he gave
On
up
A4.
on his knight to g5 ideas. But, okay, e5. From his point of view, he's ready to play knight e4 as well as e6. Miro, jump in. What is the engine's assessment here?
Well, it's still a draw, of course, obviously, right. But
Obviously.
if not for this perpetual check with queen c8, couple of moves back,
Yes.
right? White would be winning, and that's the problem analyzing with the engine, because you get, you know, like carried away with these zeros all the time, and then it turns out that in order to achieve this draw, black has to find a few only moves. So currently, after e5, queen to g4 or queen to d1, and this loses, by the way, the move he played, queen a3. Here goes your draw, right? So instead, he had to bring the queen into a zone of perpetual once again. So queen g4 and then be ready with those checks.
I see.
After queen a3, e6 wins. e6, rook e7, that's what machine says, and then just knight e4.
Yeah, I'm thinking
Yeah.
the moment you establish the knight on g5 and you've got queen
Right.
d8, checkmate ideas, and he's played e6.
He has played e6.
What are the clock times, by the way, Nasi?
20 seconds for Gukesh and minute and 20 seconds for Fabi.
Oh, significant. That extra minute, boy, you feel like you've got this luxury, you know, this extra minute. Your opponent only down to 10 seconds. And,
Fabi really managed to outplay him.
well, this could be a huge victory for Fabi. Again, Fabi would join Nepo as a co-leader, and he's taking down a very tough rival, I want to say, Gukesh, winning 2 games
He
yesterday.
still has to be careful here.
This
So
is
if knight g5, queen f1, right?
Yeah, this is the drawing zone that
He
you
can win
mentioned.
the rook by going queen d8.
Queen d8
And go to
check.
the queen ending.
Well, wait a minute. Why,
Wait,
what
queen
queen
d8?
ending? What,
Well, you're playing knight g5. I think I have perpetual.
do you really? Queen d8 check, king h7, knight g5 check,
King g6,
and give me the rook?
queen f1.
And you're
Where
saying,
do you hide? Don't
I
go
can
to
re-
g4.
I was reaching for the g4 square.
Beautiful trick,
Oh.
by the way. Yeah.
Ooh. Okay, so it means that I have to give you the knight. That's a
Yes.
pity. Here, I would run to g4 happily.
Magnus still there, still watching the game.
Right. Yeah, so if you step a couple of moves back after
Yes.
the check on the second rank, that's why White had to play king f3. That was much better.
And we've
So king
gone
f3
into
would
this.
win. Right, and now there's always some sign, some hint of perpetual.
Yes, because of queen e2. Check, pardon me, queen takes e7, queen takes e4 on the board.
Queen f7 was the only move, which
He's-
keeps the position winning.
He
And
has
he
done
found
it.
it.
Yep. And he's ready to run for the hills, right? King to g4, king to g5.
Oh, I can never take on e6. There'll be queen f5.
Check.
Check and force in the queen exchange.
Precisely. We have it. Queen h1,
So
check.
queen
king
e4,
g4.
queen f4.
Exactly. Queen e4, queen f4. If you reach for the e-pawn, queen f5 rocks your world. Yes. Forcing a winning king and pawn ending. So queen h1 on the board, king g4,
King g5 played by Fabi, and that's even better according to machine.
then queen f4. Interesting. King g5 on the board. Queen
Check,
f3,
and yeah, now queen f4 finishes the game.
queen
The
f4.
next
And
move
he's
just
done it.
queen f5 check.
Ooh. Big result here as Gukesh with only seconds. You know, you always think in these queen endings that you've got a chance. Queen a3.
There's always a chance, but Fabi's not even in real time trouble.
No, he's not. Can we no, queen e4 check and e7
That's it.
does blunder the g3 pawn.
Or sacrifice it.
Yeah, but you don't really
If
care.
it wins,
at
it's
that
a sacrifice. If it draws, it's a blunder. Sorry, Miro, what were you
Yeah,
saying?
just give a check on e4 and then do pretty much anything. e7 wins, g4 wins after check on e4.
Okay. And by the way, just peeking ahead, I had to do it. I looked at round 8. I know Miro was saying as we came on the show, the road ahead for the players, but the road ahead for round 8 features Fabi and Nepo.
The clash of the two leaders.
Two leaders. He did play e7. He did sacrifice.
How about king h5 now? Guess the variation of king h5.
Plus 47?
Mate in 6, yes.
Oh, made it in 6.
Believe it or not, yeah, it looks like black has quite a few checks left, but it's mate in 6. White wins not later than a few moves.
What would we think if Fabi played the move king h5 and said, I announce mate in 6? Would we bring out the wand?
Yes.
It's a quick check, fair play check. King h5. Why is it mate in 6, Miro? 3 seconds. Oh, he
And
resigned.
Gukesh resigned. Well, that's a great result for Fabi.
I was holding my breath. I just realized I needed to take a breath. King h5. Wow. First of all, I want to say, what an enterprising knight sacrifice. Knight takes d3. And the fact that it was not just engine approved, but, you know, better for Gukesh, that's shocking.
But Fabi played so well, defended so well, and then started to outplay.
And Miro, just jumping over to you, it was this move. He should have played queen c5. He played d.
Yeah. The moment he.
All right. We'll just we're going to be jumping to Zagreb, where we're going to have Cristian will talk about this peace sacrifice.
Right, but before that, Yasser, let's just. Well, how close it was,
yes,
right?
Please.
Let's mention how close it was. Not the game itself. I think we leave it to Cristian. But would Gukesh win it? It'd be absolutely different tournament. We would have Nepo as the sole lead,
Right.
and then Anand sharing second with Gukesh. While now it's Fabi and Nepo,
Right.
Gukesh and who was it? Gukesh and Duda pushed a little bit back. Right, and then Vichy on a clear third position.
And you were about to show us king h7.
Yeah, this
and
king
that would have
h7
made
versus
all
king
the.
h8.
Please, Miro.
Right, so, well, once again, it's not that easy to understand the difference, but yes, king h7 would have given black a serious advantage. And only then king h8, so there is no queen e5. Or, if you take on e5, it's just bad, because there is no rook h6 check motif
As in the
anymore.
game. And let's just refresh ourselves and take a look at our standings as yet again another very eventful round 6. Even though there was a lot of draws, it really impacted our standings. Nazi.
Absolutely. So the two leaders coming in today still remain the lead, Fabiano Caruana and Jan Nepomniachtchi, who will face each other in the next round.
And Vichy, by virtue of his draw,
He's in clear second, and then in clear fourth, Duda.
clear for Duda, Magnus, and Richie drawing. But Gukesh losing has allowed Magnus and to catch up.
What an exciting round.
I'm waiting for us to go to Croatia so we can get a view, a front row seat view there with Cristian as he's getting set up. This move, king h5, by the way, checkmate in 6. Did you see the checkmate in 6?
You know the answer to that.
No, I did not either. So, but let's jump to Zagreb and Cristian.
Thanks, guys. Well, I have to say, this round was a round of details, and you pointed a great detail in that situation, Miro, when Gukesh could have simply played king to h7. And I have to point out the fact that he played that whole sequence of moves so quickly, including king to h8, but I was paying close attention to the time. At that point, he had 1 minute and 30 seconds on his clock. If he stops and thinks for at least 10 seconds, we know he's such a great tactician. So he would have understood those details, he would have played king to h7, and then he would have given Fabi a run for his money, maybe even be better in that position and perhaps take the full point. So that was a pivotal moment in that game and for the standings as well, because right now Fabiano is in the first position. But another game that I was having my eyes on was this one between Constantin Lupulescu and Firouzja. And I met Constantin at breakfast. Of course, he's not having the greatest tournament of his life, only scored 1 point up to that point, up to this game. And he was sort of dejected. He was telling me that he's just playing too slow. And I told him, yeah, this is crucial. You have to stay at least within a margin of at most 2 minutes within your opponent. I remember yesterday's game against Nepo. Nepo had like 20 minutes. Lupulescu only had like 1 minute towards the end. So the position can be even winning for you. If you're only down to your last minute and your opponent has so much time to think, that's just simply not a practical situation you want to find yourself in. So I told him, hey, stay within 2-3 minutes of your opponent maximum. And this is exactly what he did very, very well in this game against Alireza. In fact, towards the end, he was the one with 2 minutes and 30 seconds and Alireza with only 30 seconds on the clock. And I have to say, he had a great opportunity to potentially score the full point. Take this moment as an example. Queen to f3 and Alireza played the move h4. Now, it's all about putting my majority into motion as white. I want to play g4, for example, if the pawn remains on h5. I want to play g4 next move, push f5 as well. If I manage to get the pawns on f5, e5, perhaps e6 as well, if I manage to put the majority into motion, this is game over, all she wrote. So this is exactly why black plays the move h4. Now g4, which was, by the way, played in the game and not the best move, it's obviously aimed at trying to go f5, but unfortunately after g4 you take, and now f5 is much more difficult to be played. What he had to do is in fact threaten the move f5 with a move rook to f2. And now I'm not 100% sure what he missed. You cannot defend against f5 with your queen. This is crucial because you're dropping the d5 pawn. Now, what about the rook? Can you go rook to f5? Yes, you can do that. But now I'm going to go queen to g4. Finally, I get access to this square, g4. Before that, with the queen on e6 and the c8, h3 diagonal still not blocked by the rook on f5, we would have exchanged the queens. Queen takes g4, h takes g4, and that's a completely different story. But after queen to g4, next I'm going to pick up the pawn on h4. You cannot defend against that. And then g4 is coming once again. This is completely winning for white. So after rook to f7, the only way to stop me from playing f5 is with the move g6. But unfortunately for your king, after the move g6, well, I'm going to go queen to g4 is one option, g4 is another option, and this is a completely different story because right now, with a pawn on g6, that's going to be much easier to attack. I also have the h pawn that I can use to hook that pawn on g6. For example, let's say rook to a6, you try to defend like that. At some point, I'm going to go h4, h5. I'm going to force the trade of these two pawns. I'm going to force the opening of your king. And after that, it's all she wrote, because you simply cannot stop my attack on the G and F files. So this was a critical moment for Lupulescu. After that, unfortunately, he didn't have any extraordinary chances to take the full point home, but still a good sign for the struggling Romanian. Guys, quite an interesting game this was. Let's take a look at the standings after this 7th round. We see Fabiano Caruana and Jan Nepomniachtchi, who will be battling in the next round, leading the pack with 10 points apiece. Viswanathan Anand with 9, Jan-Krzysztof Duda with 8, and Magnus and Richie and Gukesh with 7 points. And right now we're going to go on a short break, but Anastasiya actually caught with the players. Take a look.
How does it feel to be here for Grand Chess Tour in Croatia?
It feels really good to be back here. Always have a good feeling coming to Zagreb and Croatia, so I'm good to go.
Yeah, Zagreb is one of my favorite cities, and I always feel very comfortable here. Everything about this tournament is amazing. Like everything is professional, so I'm very happy to be back.
It's a fantastic feeling. I've played in Grand Chess Tour back in 21. It was amazing. So I'm very happy to be here again.
This is my third year, so now it's becoming traditional, and every year I'm looking forward to it. It's one of my favorite tournaments and the strongest one as well, with the toughest opposition to meet. So I'm always being optimistic, and I'm trying to make it to be better than the last year.
Yeah, it's always been my dream to play in the Grand Chess Tour, and it's my debut. So I'm really looking forward to it, and yeah, everything in Zagreb is perfect so far. Hopefully I'll have a very good tournament as well.
One of my favorite countries to visit, and probably one of my favorite events to play. And yeah, it's like Rapid and Blitz, so it's not too much prep, yeah, not too much tension, just some fun. So looking forward.
I'm very happy to be in Zagreb again. I enjoyed my visit 2 years back. I mean, 2 years back it was very, very special because it was my first tournament during the pandemic, and I could literally escape here, and I spent a whole month here. But this time it's shorter, but still very happy to come back. I have lots of friends I've been catching up last few days, and looking forward to that, and also hopefully a good tournament.
Yeah, it feels good. It's been 4 years since I've been here. Last year I played in Poland, and 2019 we were playing classical chess. So it's going to be a bit different, but I'm also very motivated, especially since at the moment it's going well in the Grand Chess Tour for me, and so hopefully I'll keep that up.
Oh, it feels very nice. This is actually my first time being in Zagreb, yeah, overall. And yeah, I've been to Croatia and even played some chess in Croatia, but it was like another lifetime. So yeah, it feels very interesting. And I think Croatia being, part of these former Yugoslavian countries, I think chess is very well regarded still, and I'm looking forward.
Yeah, it's very nice. I had played once before, 2 years ago, exactly here. I mean, I was staying here in this very hotel, Westin, in Zagreb, but I sort of forgot about it, to be honest. And now when I'm back, it's nice, because like memory comes back, and yeah, it was the last time for sure. I mean, it was a nice time there, so I hope this time it will be even better.
It's time to fight for titles. The best juniors, girls, and senior chess players converge in the chess capital of America, St. Louis, Missouri, for the U.S. Junior, Girls, and Senior Championship. Beginning July 15th, 30 players will compete across 3 fields for over a $150,000 prize fund. This tournament features the top junior and senior chess players in the nation, including the young up-and-comer Carissa Yip, young junior phenom Abhimanyu Mishra, and returning senior champion Alexander Shabalov. 3 titles are on the line, and you won't want to miss it. Catch all the action on the St. Louis Chess Club YouTube and Twitch channels.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End.
Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. Enjoy a shopping experience like no other. Make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids and schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
Muni in Forest Park.
It's your move. The Muni premiere of Chess plays the Muni through July 11th. Sponsored by St. Louis Chess Club and the World Chess Hall of Fame. For tickets, muni.org.
And hello and welcome back to our live coverage of the Rapid and Blitz from Zagreb, Croatia, after seven rounds of play. What do we have?
We have 2 co-leaders, Fabiano Caruana and Jan Nepomniachtchi. In clear third, Viswanathan, and clear fourth, Jan Duda.
And a nice tie for 5th through 7th with Magnus, Richie, and Gukesh. And round 8 coming up, and what a mouth-watering pairing we have in Nepo versus Fabi.
That's our key matchup, 2 leaders facing each other. But we have other very interesting matchups. Carlsen against Duda, very close in points.
Exactly.
Gukesh Anand.
All Indian Derby. Yep.
I wonder if they have already played each other.
I'm sure they have. I think Vishy's actually been working with Gukesh, especially because of the Chennai Olympiad.
Firouzja against Saric and Rapport against Lupulescu.
And in that Nepo versus Fabi match, I'm very curious. Try to guess in advance what you think their head-to-head might be.
In Rapid?
Yep.
I'm gonna say Fabi's in the lead.
Fabi's in the lead.
I was extremely wrong.
I am going to take the other side of the bet. Wow! I would have maybe been on your side on that one. I didn't see that coming. 18-8.
18-8 and 24 draws. So these guys know each other very well.
Indeed they do. Miro, jump in. Did you expect that result between the two?
Well, not at all.
No.
I would expect Nepo to be leading, but not by that kind of margin, of course. Well, I have something to say that Fabi was known to be a weak player in, in shorter time controls, right? I mean, there was
4 or 5 years ago.
Yeah, but by now it's obviously just a meme, right? Like Fabi, weak in blitz. I mean, come on, he was world #1 at some point.
Right.
So yeah, so maybe once again we shouldn't really rely on this statistic too much.
True that. But we are expecting a huge clash because, as you have been telling us, the player who leads in the Rapid tends to win these Rapid and Blitz events. I mean, unless Magnus decides he's going to go +10 in the Blitz, having a lead in the Rapid is very, very nice. We just wanted to mention that for me, watching Vishy on the white side of the Open Sicilians seems to be struggling. His game against Saric and his game just now against Duda weren't that particularly impressive. He's not getting the advantages with white that he's known for, Miro.
Right, even though he beat Saric eventually, right? But the opening didn't really go his way, and now, well, he was struggling, obviously. Right, well, Vishy, I think experience what makes him a good player now. Because even if the opening doesn't go his way, he knows, kind of identifies the key points, where to bluff a little bit, where to go fishing in the murky water, and it works. It works. So the only game he lost was against Magnus, but there he was just steamrolled.
And his intuition is probably the best out of all the players because intuition comes from experience.
Absolutely. And when I watched Vichy growing up, I thought he was one of the greatest talents. I still believe that today, by the way, one of the greatest talents I've ever seen in my life. And playing him, blindfold during a blitz, during a dinner, we would just talk about the position, and he would just be conversing as if it was right in front of him. By the way, for Gukesh, as he's about to play this legendary figure, Vichy Anand, on the other side of the board, think of Gukesh, 17 years old. From the time he was growing up as a chess player, he must have always been looking up at Vichy Anand. And now the guy's on the other side of the board, and you're supposed to beat him. How do you do that when you're playing your hero, Miro?
Right, I imagine it's very tough, right? Because even in terms of opening preparation, that's basically the guy who taught you to play chess at some point, right?
Exactly.
Vichy mentioned in an interview that he was at some point coaching those younger Indian players specifically for the Olympiad. So it's really, really tough, tough task for Gukesh.
And I believe when Anand was playing World Championship match, one of his first ones, Gukesh wasn't even born yet.
True.
Let me bring you up, but we also have one more very principled duo, even though not on, let's say, not the leaders, but Magnus against Duda. Magnus against Duda, it's always, somewhat heated up.
Absolutely, and
they
are underway
as
Magnus on the white side of a Catalan, and by the way, we have a French defense.
Nepo against Fabi, French.
With A2, A3, and that, for me, has always been the principal answer to Queen B6. I think the advanced French defense is the way that white should go, and then with A3, C5, C4, and Knight A5. I love these strategical struggles. Struggles, I wanted to say. Yeah, Knight A5. And jump in, Miro. A3, an old page, a classical approach. And what do the modern statistics tell us?
Right. It's too early to say because that many games. So let me update you. Queen B6, A3 was played in 3,849 games.
Very good.
Right. C4, the most principal response, Knight B to D2, and then it all goes about white being or not being able to push B3, right? So Knight to A5, Bishop E2, Bishop D7, castles short, and then once again you have, let me try to count it briefly,
like
10 options for black.
Wow.
So every sensible move you can imagine
has been played.
And maybe unsensible because Knight H6 was tried, H7, H6 was tried, and so on and so forth. It's a bit too easy, too early to tell, pardon me. So, white statistically, scores more, but not, not by a huge margin. So 35% white wins, 24% black wins after castle short.
And we do have castles long on the board.
Yep, castles long, one of the main moves. Let me scroll who the players are. It seems it was not played lately, at least by kind of big players, right? I can see a game of Mamedyarov back in 2003, Yasser. So it must have been, okay, he was already 2600, but it is long ago. It's like 20 years ago.
Castles. Just wanted to say that in the game between Vichy and Gukesh, by the way, we saw the fantasy variation yet again. F2, F3.
Since when has this become a popular option against Caro-Kann?
I don't get it. I always thought the fantasy variation was easy for black to deal with.
I'm so used to seeing the advanced. That's where the most challenges are for black.
Exactly. Knight D7. By the way, Vichy mixing up his approach. Bishop E3, Bishop B4 on the board, bishop to d3.
I think we might be already in a new territory here.
Yeah, certainly I'm not familiar with this. Miro, jump in on this one. Bishop e3, bishop d3. You want to say it's a winner or French. It's not.
Bishop d3, we only have one game. So that's very rare.
Very
Perhaps
rare.
already knight d7, bishop b4, the combination of those two is not the most popular, but still you do have some games. Let me check, in fact. Yeah, knight d7, it's 11 games only.
Wow.
Bishop e3, bishop b4, and bishop d3, only one game, while Grandmaster Bachmann is played against very young Jovic Stanoje. I don't know, maybe didn't become a Grandmaster since. Knight to e7, it's still this game, but yeah, only one game, no theory. And it looks unlikely it will transpose to anything familiar.
Okay. Jumping to the game of Duda and Magnus Carlsen.
Duda
I should
and
say
Magnus
Magnus.
Carlsen. Let me get it there.
Yeah.
Wow, it's a Catalan. It's a Catalan, right?
Boy, but they have zipped their way to the current position. And remember that this was somebody blundered the game in like one move. I have this impression it was a game of Wesley So.
When Miro said it's Catalan, I'm looking at the position. I was like, where is the bishop on g2?
Yeah, right. Got traded. Yeah, so it was Wesley So versus Jan Duda, where Duda actually blundered in one move and just lost the game. Rook takes c6. All theory to this moment, Miro.
Right. I'm trying to identify where we are taking kind of the side route. Because, yeah, bishop c6 is not the most popular. And then after bishop c6, you have rook d1 intermediate, much more common than an immediate capture on c6. After which we have, in the current position, we have, how many, like 6 games only? Mm-hmm. And one of them, you'd be surprised, from 1978, Petrosian, but wrong, so to speak, wrong Petrosian.
Not the Tigran Petrosian.
Yeah. Arshak Petrosian, yeah. Okay, so that's it. Rook d1, queen a5, and we transposed. In fact, now we have more games. Well, white could have played rook d1 first. Okay.
And let's just check out the lifetime head-to-head matches. Ooh.
This was more expected.
Yeah, but I didn't expect that many games. That was 20 draws.
54 games.
In total.
Just in Rapid, 24 wins for Magnus, 10 losses, not bad for Duda, and 20 draws.
If you can put 10 losses on Magnus Carlsen, you can be proud of yourself. That is quite remarkable. I wanted to turn to the game of our 2 tournament leaders for a moment because I want to say that Nepo did something you're not supposed to be able to do. He did play the move rook to b1. And I think it's pretty obvious he wants to play b3 and or b4 to try to blast open on the queen side. I remember ideas of David Bronstein was to play knight to b3, knight takes b3, bishop to a4, and you almost forced to play knight to d2 in these positions as white. But Fabi played h7, h6, which is, okay, I can't believe that you're really afraid of the move knight to g5. And he almost invited the move b4, which was played and followed up with c4. So from White's point of view, he's saying, look, I want to get at your king. I want to blast open the queen side. And if I can play c5 and knight takes b3, I'm happy. Jump in, please.
Since you just said that, then why c5? Why not c takes d5 and actually open up the c file?
Sorry.
After c4?
After c4?
The next move. Instead of c5 and blocking the c file, we want to open up the queen side, right? Why not take on d5? Next move.
All right. So let me give him king b8 and or knight e7.
No, Fabi played bishop a4. We have more moves.
Bishop a4. Oh, yes. He did. Okay, wonderful.
And we have c5 on the board, but instead...
Why not take?
Why not take, yes.
Okay, take.
And we have the open c file. That's all I wanted.
Well, yeah, I guess you do at that. You would have to play bishop b2, rook c1. Well, the business squares are kind of pretty well covered. King b8.
I guess it's not enough.
Doesn't feel it. It's a pawn sacrifice, Miro. And
right.
Fabi's saying, prove it.
Okay, so few observations, if you allow me.
Please.
First of all, h7, h6, not the most popular move. So king b8, mostly played in this position, and perhaps you really could use the fact that king is no longer on the c file, right? After h6, it's not a deep analysis, I'm just saying the machine tends to favor white a lot. And specifically for this reason, b3 or b4, after b4, black's practically forced to take en passant, c4, bishop a4, all good. Capturing on d5 was very interesting. I'm not sure if better or worse than c5, but a very interesting move. However, you really had to find knight takes b3, which is somewhat computerish. Because, yeah, you sacrifice a piece and you do not win it immediately. If knight takes, the only way to get the material back is to go bishop d3, threatening bishop c2. And that's not obvious at all, right?
Come
and
on.
Then, look, and then if the bishop takes, it's sort of the same pattern. You go here, and then you go bishop d2 and bishop d1. So you win the piece back in few moves.
I want my opponent checked.
Right, so that's why. And after c5, in fact, white still seems to be better after all those moves, bishop c3, knight e to c6, and some games popped up, interestingly. So knight e to e7. It could be, yes, it would be my guess, that some games seen knight e7, all that on the queen side, and then h6 later on, because it was kind of a transposition. And finally, queen c1 is the first independent move, which engine doesn't approve.
Queen c1, funnily enough, I understand, because he does want to play bishop to d1. What was the engine approved move?
Knight e1 to d3 somewhere.
Knight e1 to
Knight
d3.
e1.
Wow.
Right, and then, say, in case of king b8, knight jumps to d3.
And we're threatening knight b2.
Well, yeah, knight b2 is a sneaky threat to trap this bishop. Right.
Wow. Okay, queen c1 and the engine evaluation is?
Nothing bad for white. White slightly better, 0.3 in white's favor.
Okay.
And black doesn't have anything decisive, so to speak. Plays bishop e7 or b6. In terms of changing the position a little bit, b6 is, of course, more tempting. And then, according to machine, white has to take, knight takes, and queen to c3 once again. It's not an easy move to play. Queen to c3, if black captures, he is lost once again. Don't ask me why.
Yeah.
Yes, he's lost because you allow knight to d4 apparently. And at least here, I can see why the king would be better off on b8, because now, of course, you cannot take c5 because rook c1 is going to happen.
Exactly.
Right, so here we are after queen c1, and yeah, everything is ahead of us.
Let's remind our viewers how Nepo got to this stage. I mean, he started with a big fat 0, and it could have gotten worse. That day one was terrible.
He got it out of his system.
He did. All the mistakes early.
Yes, and then look at the finish, 4 wins in a row.
And those are 2 big points for each of those victories, and that propelled him to a tie for first with Fabi. Let's jump to the game of Gukesh for a moment, because he's not intimidated. He's playing this fantasy variation with bishop d3, and the players are literally on their own. This is not a common position at all. If you thought it came from a winner war, you're excused. Because bishop takes c3, b takes c3, knight e7, knight e2 on the board. And for the moment,
very strange structure already.
Yeah, but I'm kind of happy with white. It's not just the extra pawn, which you know it really is.
Right?
Yeah, it's enough for me. It's the 2 bishops.
2 bishops look fantastic.
Open position, the fact that I have a
isolated
d4
pawn.
Yeah, I have a d4 square. I'm not saying I want 2 pieces to occupy d4. I want both the bishop as well as the knight. I do want to play c4. I do want to play castles. I got the 2 bishops, and Vishy's going to have to prove his position, Miro. I think Gukesh is going to be happy with the outcome of the opening, at least so far.
Right, you are, Yasser. So c5, apparently, and it was a new move. Apparently, it's not the good one, because then later on, it's almost automatic that you have to capture, right? dc5. Computer doesn't take on c3, but then it's not clear what for you have sacrificed the pawn.
Right.
Right, so you capture, you go knight e7, knight e2 castles, and here castles for white is the most tempting, but arguably the stronger move is knight to c1, being ready to protect the pawn on c5, right?
Exactly.
And then it's not the engine move, but I'm thinking, what happens if queen a5 is played? Knight b3, so the engine gives away this one and goes queen d2 and claims this to be a very, very advantageous endgame for white.
And it
almost
feels
plus
that,
one.
Yeah, it feels very, very nice indeed. I like that move, knight c1, very much there. So we'll keep an eye on that one. And I want to jump to the Magnus Carlsen game again because Duda should be familiar with this position after his game with Wesley. So rook c1, again, are they still following the precepts of theory? Miro?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out. It's interesting. After queen a5.
Yes.
After queen a5, well, if you're not very experienced using the database, you might see that a lot of strange, unfamiliar names, but in fact, it turns out it's only like 8 games or so, but these are played in correspondence chess. And you know what? I mean, if something is played as correspondence chess, that means it is quote-unquote correct variation, right?
Right.
So after queen a5, there is a funny alternative to bishop g5, which is bishop to h6, which is bishop to h6, and then you would think castle is impossible because bishop g7, and then a check, but black has bishop f2, counter check, and this is roughly equal. I wonder if black is one to be preferred. After bishop g5, bishop e7 castles. There is one game left in the database that's not a correspondence game. And computer favors white slightly. After, say, castles short, it goes knight to e4, and trade here, knight e4, bishop e7, claims that bishop in this particular case is much stronger than the knight, almost +1 pawn advantage for white.
Intriguing indeed. Wow. Going just around the tournament hall, we have the, I want to say Bobby Fischer attack. It's actually the King's Indian attack. But Bobby Fischer won a number of games. And American players kind of adopted it and gave it to Bobby. You put your pawn on e5, you put your pawn on h4, and I think it was Artur Yusupov who first said to me, why do they call it an attack? It's not an attack. There's no attack on the black king. And you see a lot of players willingly going to this position because they want to challenge white to prove themselves. For me, you know, Bobby's Bobby. You know, we were all so impressed by his victories. We thought that knight h2 and knight g5 and the attack plays itself. Miro, how would today's modern engines assess such a position as this one?
Right. If we're speaking of numbers, there is such number 0.
Zeros.
And that's I'm afraid that's the evaluation.
Zeros.
What I wanted to point out that I think Fischer times, they were playing this position with the pawn being on c2.
Yes,
right? So the
correct.
pawn would be on c2, and already by that time the knight would be jumping to g4 to be sacrificed on f6 and so on. Right? But, well, nowadays modern players, they are not interested in getting checkmated that much. So, and hence this maneuver, an interesting maneuver. Rook goes all the way to c8, and then queen d8. So queen will help to guard the black king, right? And rooks will support the advance of those pawns. Says it's equal, still have one game in the database, so it's all happened. That's it for now.
That's it for now. Let's jump to
Nepo's
the
game, right?
Yeah, Nepo's game. Nazi.
Looks like he's doing even better than last time we looked.
But he gave. Did that move bishop take? Didn't that move catch you as quite a striking move?
Well, he's a pawn grabber. He's going.
He wants to win his pawn back, but you kind of think to yourself, the knight on a5 is not going anywhere. So
True,
why?
but that bishop on c3 looks like a big pawn. We have c5, d4, e5, so black squares are controlled with our pawn. So
you're not
I
not
don't mind
unhappy about giving
up
it.
that
Okay, intriguing. Takes bishop. At first blush, it would appear to me that Fabi is a happy camper because he's got this light squared bishop doing something.
Pretty.
It is looking pretty, but is it doing enough? And now the question is, if we take back the pawn, say I just play bishop takes b3
with the knight.
I understood. I get this imbalance of two knights versus two bishops, and
In a closed position.
in a closed positions, the knights can prance. You like knight takes b3, okay?
Yes, but Jan likes rook e3 because that's what he just played.
Jan likes rook e3. With f5 on the board, I apologize. Rook e3. So the king side's kind of closed. Of course, black can play g5, f4, g4, but it's going to be very hard for him to open up the position. I like Nepo's position, by the way.
Absolutely.
I prefer. Miro, what do you have for us?
I have one single move being made in Magnus's game, but happens to be a very bad move. So Duda played h7, h6, attacking the bishop, or so he thought. Because after knight e4, there is such thing called pin on the h file. You still cannot capture this bishop. And pretty much white gets exactly the same position as we were discussing, which was already better for white, but black is not castled yet. So you really have to do something like that and end up with Yasser's favorite pawn structure.
No, it's
Knight
not.
f6,
Ooh.
you know. And then
You're suffering. It's just suffering.
And you would prefer to trade the queens, right? I mean, if at least
Never.
rook endgame. But that's the problem. You're not on time. Rook d6, you lose the pawn, you lose the game. So in all this already depressing variation, you have to capture with the pawn. And computer has it as +2 for white with material being equal. So that's a huge mistake, h7, h6.
Which is extraordinary for me because this will be a second time that Duda goes down to defeat from virtually the same position. One time he lost to Wesley So right away. And h7, h6, he's mixing up his lines, what's going on. And knight e4 has just played, as you just described it, it's crushing.
I was going to say, but Magnus has to find knight e4, then I realized he's Magnus.
He will find it. No, that's the type of move that really plays itself. The H pawn is pinned, the knight is and oof.
Duda in real trouble.
My goodness, really a huge turnaround.
And if I may,
yes.
there is such thing as kind of flawed logic. I mean, when you play h7, h6, what do you expect Magnus to do?
He's not going to take
on f6?
No,
move away, let you jump knight d5? So you should be looking for some tactical ways for white, right? And then you immediately identify that there is knight e4 and it's bad.
It was funny because just that variation that you were showing with rook takes, pawn takes, what was it, knight takes, bishop takes, I would never want to trade queens, even though you were saying that the rook ending is favorable. I'm looking at the position after queen b4 and I'm saying, dude, you got your king on e8. That looks awful. Like, that's just like something has really, really gone, off the rails, completely wrong for black. If you were castled, I still wouldn't like black's position. Uncastled, I think it's over. So Magnus looking good here. Game we haven't really looked at. Let's jump to that game, and that's Alireza versus Ivan Saric. Not even sure that it did come from a King's Indian. So Ivan Saric, even though he's up against the most formidable opponents in the world, he's true to his King's Indian roots. And let's see how the players got to their current position. Two bishops for white, space.
I was surprised when Firouzja just took on h4.
Me too.
And separated the pawns. G4 looks maybe he didn't like something specific,
here?
like G5.
Probably.
The black squares.
It had to be that he wasn't prepared to give up the e5 square. H4 takes, queen takes, rook f1, knight b6, knight e2, rook And I think we've caught up with the players. Your quick knee-jerk
I don't like
reaction?
this last move for white. After knight g5, my two pawns are hanging, h3 and e4.
Well
Can
spotted.
I defend both?
I can block
Knight f4.
your attack on the e4 pawn with the move knight f4, but okay, I'm just trying
Still
to
lose a different pawn now.
Yeah, I'm trying to get my head around what I'm going to do on this case. So maybe I can take on
He took on g6 first.
right as a
Makes sense. And then knight f4.
and then knight f. Something also potentially is possible with Fabi's game. I'm going to toss it over to you, Miro, because this is deciding first place in the tournament.
Right you are. And let me go a little bit back, because you had a wonderful discussion how Black's bishop is active and everything, right?
It looks good.
Yeah, that was the moment where White had more than +2, believe it or not. And yeah, it all goes back to the fact that f7, f6, and later on f6, f5 was just a waste of time. So he was better off playing b6 or simple bishop e7. So here, White had even a stronger move would have been queen c3. And
instead of rook e3.
Yeah, if you go bishop e4, then just knight b3. Apparently, White's initiative on the queen side is too strong.
Mm-hmm.
Right, rook
Makes
e3 was
sense.
fine, bishop back to a6, rook c3, and this is maybe somewhere around this moment Nepo kind of slow played it a little bit. Bishop e7, knight takes, knight c4, relatively okay, rook to b1, g5, and this g5, once again, I mean, you are clearly behind. It's easy to criticize when I see the engine evaluation, first of all, so pardon me, but it's very often, like, when you're behind, you really want to find a moment to, to come up with a counterplay, g5. And usually, regrettably so, it's a wrong move. And this is pretty much the case. So g5, Black will never be on time. Knight f to d2, g4, knight takes, pawn takes, and yeah, well, there is a funny move computer recommends, which is bishop e2.
Yeah.
And when you take, it takes. And when you take, it just says, you know what?
Your
I'm
turn.
not even rush. yeah, just go c6. I take the b3 pawn, and I'm completely winning.
Yeah, because
so over here, Jan decided to sacrifice an exchange instead, which is also very, very strong and much more understandable from human standpoint, I would argue. So now, if bishop takes, queen takes, this feeling that bishop on e7, it is there, but it doesn't do much, right? And once again, after rook d5, White is not in rush. He simply plays this position. Bishop to e2, move the queen away, go bishop c4. It looks grim for Fabi, if you ask me.
Yeah, an exchange for pawn, but really...
Massive pawn center, right?
Yeah, and the light squares as well. The bishop on e7 is not helping Black's cause.
Nepo looking quite content with his position.
Yeah, but he was also looking afar, right? Like he has that glazed look, like he's looking in the horizon. I remember playing a lot of players who had that look on their
calculating, if I win this will be 5th in a row.
And Miro, news of the Magnus position.
Yeah, news of the Magnus. And now, at least, I'd probably have to take back some criticism on Duda, because I just figured out, yes, indeed, the engine is right, White is close to winning and everything. But if you're a human chess player, don't you rely on this move, queen d2, which wins for Black, I'm not showing you this,
right.
Wins for Black in every single line,
except
for bishop g5 back. And this is the move you're easily missing.
Easily.
Bishop to g5 back. Pawn cannot take, same reason. With a check, rook is now protected. If knight takes, no longer white king is in danger, and you can go to c8 and capture the rook. If you would have done so immediately, however, like go here, it's king to d7,
capture the
rook guards d8, so there is no rook d8, right? And if you take this guy, it's a check, followed by another check, followed by one more check, and that's the last check on f5. So understandably, and he did play it, Queen D2, so now it's a key moment, because if Carlsen doesn't find Bishop G5, he's lost.
He finds it, he wins.
He finds it, he wins. Yeah.
It's what we call a 50-50, right?
Well, I think reading their body language, Duda knows he's lost, because he does not look happy. So if he sees Bishop G5, I'm sure Magnus has spotted it too. At least he can read from Duda's face that.
Okay, what's the over and under for Magnus finding Bishop G5?
I think
You're from Las Vegas, so I mean, you got to be familiar with the over and unders.
I mean, Magnus 100%.
100%. Wow.
Yeah.
And he's reaching for his bishop, by the way.
Of course. Zero doubt.
100%. And instantly, knight takes G5. I mean, Duda had seen this problem from afar.
So this opening is just unlucky for Duda.
It would appear that way. I mean, he's just he's giving away a lot of points with this opening. You know, it's funny. Is it really resigns, though? I mean, I understand I'm an exchange down, but after this move, queen takes e2, I have won a pawn, unless, Miro, it's the queen b4 check move that, is that the killer?
Queen b4, king f6.
Right?
Queen f4 check.
Okay,
and
but...
then king g2. Should be fine.
Queen, so let's say I go king f6, and you go queen f4 check, and I go king g6.
And now king g2.
King g2. So somehow my king safety, right? I do have a pawn.
You have e5 move, but then queen e3, the endgame should be good because your a7, b7 pawns are weak and your knight's too far away to protect them. So.
Wow. Is this so bad, Miro? Is this so bad?
You guys are brilliant. You just identified the only line which leads to White's advantage.
Okay.
And it is a decisive advantage.
It's decisive,
given if he finds queen check, followed by queen check by king g2, which is, he probably will.
Wow.
Right, but once again, my apologies to Duda, right? I mean, the guy seen all that, missed bishop g5, and even after bishop g5, it appeared to be unclear unless for this pendulum checks and king g2.
Well, I think queen b4, queen f4 is kind of forced because you don't want to allow those checks with the knight and queen.
Of course, and you have to protect the f3 square, and you do it with the king on g2.
However, in
f4.
the moment, the knight is pinned on g5, so maybe Magnus feels like he doesn't have to rush the queen moves. There's no knight f3 coming.
Fair, but I do have a perpet maybe on the board. So, like, I mean, your rook, you'd kind of like to get your rook back into the game, whether you go to b8 or you go to a8. You'd like to get, but there is, unfortunately, for Magnus, a perpet that he has to deal with, and that was why he did play the move queen b4, by the way. King f6 on the board. We assume queen f4.
He does have other checks here as well, like queen c3 check, and then going straight to e3. But no. Why am I doubting that Magnus is going to find the absolute best move?
Queen f4. And let's just remind ourselves, as well as our viewers, where they stand in the standings.
Magnus is sharing 5th at the moment.
Kind of a repeat of his Polish.
So Rapid is a warm-up for him.
Yeah, and then he gets into the Blitz. But he's lurking. 7, he's giving the field a 3-point lead. That wasn't enough for Duda in Poland.
And he's playing Duda, so who is a little bit higher than him right now, so he can overtake him.
Potentially leapfrog, yes. And let's jump back to our marquee matchup as our 2 tournament leaders are matched in this, and Nepo back at the board.
I like how Nepo just walks around in the rapid game. There's so much time on the clock.
When we left it, at this point. Nepo had sacrificed an exchange for a pawn, and he's got these light squares, so he can always play this move bishop c4, which I think is just going to force Black to give back the exchange. And Nasi, you were about to say something.
I was calculating knight a5. I don't know if it works. Immediately knight a5.
Oops, excuse me.
If rook d4, I have knight c6.
That's nice, right? Rook takes d4. That is a very pretty move. You don't get involved in any discussions about rook takes b7, but you just take advantage of the pin, knight c6 check, and once
the line continues, there's queen c6,
queen
but
c6.
will be up in exchange at the end. Queen c6, queen takes c6, rook d1 check.
Yep. Bishop takes d1,
Rook takes, b takes.
And then where this
Winning
one,
point.
yeah, this one, there's no doubts in my mind that this is a winning ending for white. So we can't take. So knight a5.
Black has
frankly,
to go
that
king
looks,
a8. Yes,
yeah, it
after
looks
knight a5.
crushing though. King a8.
And we can't take on b7. Why? Rook b7.
And now if rook takes b7, then rook takes d4 sort of works. Not like really works, but
What?
black captures back on d4, queen takes b7, queen d8, bishop d8, knight b7, king b7. And there is no guarantee this is winning. It's opposite colored bishops, right? Computer has it that's +1, but you know.
Aren't those pawns falling in a row?
In the final position?
Bishop
but
c4?
E5 is falling as well, right? So it's bishop c4, it goes f4. When you capture, it goes king c6 even. So there is no guarantee, I would argue. And especially, Yasser, if instead of knight a5, and I think that's what Nepo does, he does a good job nowadays, right? Stopping in a critical position. Because it's somewhat computerish, or, you know, from exercises of Mark Dvoretsky, but if you ask yourself, like, what piece is not participating, it's this guy
bishop.
on e2, right?
Yeah.
And then there is g3.
Right. So
And
you
bishop
can go,
f1 and bishop g2. And this happens to be, like, overwhelming for black. It's
Nice.
almost +3.
Nice. This whole variation with knight a5 and rook takes d4 reminds me of a wonderful story of Bent Larsen, and he was playing against a grandmaster from Sweden, and Bent was in this bad position like Fabi, and he went for this crazy. Hold on, it wasn't knight c6, king a8, rook takes b7, rook takes, queen takes, knight takes, rook takes. Just that variation that we were getting
Without
to.
queen b7, immediately rook d4.
Yeah.
Here.
Rook d4. And then it was queen d4. And Bent lost this ending. And he said to his opponent, well, why did you go into this bishops of opposite color position? And the answer was, but young man, don't you understand? In such positions, I can never lose. I'm a pawn up in a bishops of opposite color ending. This is nice. I love that move g3, what you were suggesting,
That's
though.
not really Nepo style, though, right?
Yeah, Nepo likes to
Checkmate.
but g3 basically says, your turn. What are you going to do?
But g3 is hard to make because in this position, it feels like white should already have a winning combination.
And you're looking for these knight a5s and bishop c4 kind of moves. What's the clock times, by the way, of the players?
Nepo has 17 minutes
17.
and Fabi 13. Or,
13.
sorry, that's wrong. Oh, Nepo's down to 12 minutes, 12 and a half. He's been thinking for a while on the last move. And Fabi has 11 minutes.
And taking his time. This is a very critical moment. If he comes up with g3, you just got to tip your hat and say, really well done. Let's jump to the game of Richie for a moment, because Richie looks like he's doing pretty darn good. This was the Bobby Fischer attack, if you will. And if you said that this game came out of a French, I would believe you. Yeah. Queen a2, last move. No, I'm not interested in giving up the a3 pawn.
Black pieces on the queen side are they look pretty, but they're so limited.
Well, one guy looks
One
pretty.
looks pretty.
You know, put this guy on b5, that would look pretty. But the one guy on b3 is not enough. By the way, I mean, I understand defending the pawn, but that's a move I would rather have resisted. I mean, I would be much more attracted to queen c2 and knight g5. Like queen c2, if you want to take a pawn, and I would play knight g5, and I would be laughing. I would say, what are your pieces doing on the queen side? I'm just going to checkmate you on the king side with queen c2 and h5. Queen a2.
I don't know, white's attack still seems a bit slow, so why give that counterplay and give up a3 pawn?
So you like the move
Yes.
queen a2?
Because you can still go knight g5 next move and h5, and then come back queen c2.
Okay, break the tie for us, Miro. I'm advocating pawn sacrifices, showing my true
It's
nature.
shocking
my
use.
aggressive.
It's shocking use. Yes, I mean, for people who know you, might think you are kidnapped. Queen to c2 is a decent move, which keeps the advantage. But queen a2 is simpler and better. And what I want to point out that a few moves earlier, Lupulescu was the one to kill his own counterplay entirely. I don't know for what reason, because here, well, computer has it as being better for black. So perhaps not so much of an attack going on, and just plays a move like bishop to c6 or rook b8, so nothing fancy. And after c4, d4, all this sequence, takes, queen f8, could it possibly be that Lupulescu was hoping to capture this pawn? And
missed
kind of
queen a2.
Missed queen a2 or queen b2, right? Because now if you look at it, black needs a lot of time to create a second threat, right? You have to get this knight over here on b5.
Right.
So it's like 3-4 moves. And give white 3-4 moves in this position. You know what's going to happen.
It's
you get checkmated.
Right. And by the way, he did play after queen a2, rook c7. Rook c7 is a move, as you said, it's preparing knight c8 to a7 to b5, h5 on the board. And I just see this as checkmating attack. I don't see black's counterplay on the queen side. I wanted to go back to
we see Magnus on the screen. I think he's winning.
Magnus also?
He defended his king. There's no counterplay, and now he's just trying to find a way to checkmate black's king.
Okay, because he did find all of those moves, including up to king g2. e5, queen e3. Let's trade queens. No, thank you. Check. And how should Magnus continue?
I'm not sure, but Magnus will find it.
Okay, I like the move rook e8, by the way. Rook e8, queen f3 check, and rook e7.
Nice.
That looks really, really nice. Somehow the black king is not comfy. I wanted to go to the game of Nepo because I think Nepo's playing a gorgeous game. Check this out. He did play the move g3, and after king a8, just bishop and queen b4.
Let's not underestimate how difficult it was to find g3 in that position.
Absolutely, absolutely. No, seriously. You just tip your hat and say, fantastic. And don't forget, Miro, this is rapid chess. I mean, it's not correspondence, which we would really appreciate. And it's not classical either. In rapid chess, these guys are playing superbly well. Please.
Yeah, right you are. So, well, Fabi's last couple of moves, and specifically this f4, is, well, one
desperate.
May consider as beginning of an end, right?
Desperate.
G takes, rook takes. However, white still has to be precise, it seems. Because one of the lines, I mean, you'd be laughing at it. Queen d2, for now we're protecting the pawn, but we've blundered this one, right? Knight takes, rook takes, and there is a pin. And then we've seen it all. We take on b7, and it goes like this. And one may just look at the variation and say, okay, white's completely winning. But if you have to find moves like this, it's no easy, man.
Not at all.
Yeah, like rook b7, and then if queen takes, pawn takes, white's still an exchange down, but this bishop on g2 just kills the game.
Monster.
Right. So,
the queen d2. The whole sequence starting with queen c2
queen
and rook takes b7 is
and
pretty.
Then bishop takes.
Yeah, no, that's very, very pretty. By the way, the move queen d2 isn't like that clear to me.
So it's a backward move with the attacking piece.
Wouldn't you want to play bishop g2? Why would bishop
Which he played.
Bishop g2 is good enough. Bishop g2 is good enough.
Because I have this idea of c6 in mind.
Yes, c6. Because if you take on d5 and give up your best piece,
That's
then I
not
think black,
convincing, right?
Then black can come back and defend this.
Exactly. How is it going to go? How will the variation continue from here, Miro?
After bishop g2?
Oh, after rook takes f4,
Rook takes f4, and what was your guess? Yes.
I thought it was c6. I was going to try to...
You know what's going to happen after you play c6? You might be screened on using the engine.
Oh, no.
That's the best move, yes.
Yeah.
That's the best move after which white is winning.
Well, the idea for me was that after c6, if you took on c6 with the pawn, I have this lovely move knight c5, and I'm threatening mate.
So queen c8 is the only move, and this is where you capture the rook. E takes, c takes, doesn't matter much. And then it's still not over. You have to go queen to a4.
Queen a4.
Threatening rook b7?
Threatening perhaps
No.
rook b7 and queen a4. Doesn't it look like a blunder?
Yes, it does. I was like, bishop takes c5.
Bishop takes c5 and rook c1, obviously. It's an easy move to find.
Very difficult.
Now, that's what I'm saying. Like,
wow.
If you only study in chess by looking at what engine suggests,
So practically
it's very
speaking,
misleading.
Fabiano's f4 was great, because now it's difficult for Jan to still maintain the advantage.
I mean, if you've missed queen d2 as white and you want to play bishop g2, why did you play g3 and bishop f1? If not to play bishop to g2, but queen d2. First of all, that's an awkward retreating move. You resist playing the move. You want to play bishop g2, rook takes, but here is where I find it intriguing that Jan has stopped himself once more in a critical moment as he's considering c6. Does he have an alternative to c6, Miro?
The alternative, the funny fact is that alternative is still to go to d2. Now it's even harder because you're not even protecting the f4 pawn
anymore. But that is a tempo, though, right? Queen to d2.
Yes, the point is
and
queen
you're
to
attacking
d2.
the
If
rook.
say rook just goes back to f8, white captures on h6.
Thank you. That's what I'm talking about. Renew your membership in the Pawn Grubbers Association.
Right.
You know? I don't know. You haven't renewed your membership in a long time, Miro. I haven't seen you capturing pawns for a while.
That's right. Yeah, and speaking of grabbing material, if you decide to cash in and capture on d5, you practically all of your advantage is gone. It's still
in one move.
Yeah, it's better for white, or maybe no longer better, because the computer gives this line, knight to a5,
right,
and then say rook d4, queen takes, and knight takes. And good luck winning this one. I mean, it's one pawn, lot of weaknesses, and black is relieved, obviously. He's no longer getting checkmated at the very least.
Wonderful.
And he's done it.
He is taken, and queen takes d5 on the board. By the way,
Bobby coming back again.
Yeah, a lot of ebbs and flows in so many of these games. I'm looking at the game between the two Indian, Gukesh and Vichy, in the last move,
Anand's position is not looking good.
It's grim, actually. Yeah, I just saw the en passant, and there's d4 is hanging, and
h6 is weak. The last rank is weak.
Yeah, a lot of advantages. It just feels like Gukesh is playing wonderfully well here. After queen takes d4, how big is the advantage, Miro? It looks big.
What do you want to do? Queen takes d4.
I wanted to take a pawn. h6 is also weak.
Knight takes d5. It's still much better, but okay, let me tell you. Queen h4 gives you +5 in this.
Then, yeah, the h6 pawn is a really...
Right. The next best move, according to the engine, is rook to c5.
We do have queen h4 on the board.
The very best move in the position, and well, according to machine, Anand's position is completely lost. He was already in a dire strait, but g5 was really...
Made it worse.
Yeah, made it significantly worse.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, now with king g7, there's just knight e6 check, so h6 pawn is gone.
Ugh.
And then all white pieces are coming towards the black's king, and it's over. And Gukesh will catch Anand.
Because, of course, 7 points for Gukesh,
to
9
share
for...
the third place. That's
Wow.
incredible for the 17-year-old. It's his first time playing the Grand Chess Tour.
And he's doing very, very well as a wild card. The organizers really have a hard time in the Grand Chess Tour because you've got, you know, the biggest sharks in the world of chess, and now you've got to get a wild card. And the problem is, if you get a wild card that loses all their games, you're like, why? You know, you're suffering. Gukesh proving that he's a future tournament participant.
Absolutely.
H5 on the board. How do we?
No, I think Anand is just lost
take a
and
pawn?
hoping for a miracle here.
Exactly. You're taking a pawn. Either king h2, king f2. The open g file is very compelling. You want to bring a rook, put your pawn on h6, and land with your rook on the 7th rank, rook g7. Looks really good. I want to go back to Fabi for just a moment because we've seen, as we've been describing it, ebbs and flows. We didn't see the move knight a5. We saw queen b5 and king f2, by the way, with Gukesh. I'm just looking at the game of Nepo and Fabi. Queen b5. We are threatening check on e8, Miro.
Right,
as
you do.
well as knight a5.
You do. And there is a move to stop both, and this is bishop to d8.
Bishop to d8 stops
Bishop
knight
to
a5.
D8, stops
yeah.
knight a5, and yeah, you can go for queen e8.
Right.
And you would be winning if not for rook f3.
What?
That's what computer
magic.
says.
Yeah.
Rook f3, and yeah, how to finish black?
I want to play c6.
You want to play c6, and it says thank you. It captures, and not much you can do. Well, Fabi plays
a6
a6
was played, not bishop d8, by the way.
Yeah,
a6.
let's figure out what a6 means. A check, queen
check.
d8.
Queen d8.
Yeah, but now white is better in the endgame. He can trade, go king g2. That's what computer says once again. And white's position is better because extra pawn.
Extra pawn.
But he also doesn't have to exchange the queens, right? He could play queen g6, maybe grab another pawn.
You had me.
Yeah, you can go queen g6, black goes queen d5, and
queen back to d5.
Back to e8, back to d8, still trades. That's what.
So taking on h6 is too risky?
I think it's that rook f3. And let's jump over to Magnus against Duda as Magnus is about to win and
Duda
handshake. By the way, it was rook e8 by Magnus setting up. And now is his usual, he's back to his usual self of resetting the pieces for the next game, unlike the game where he lost back-to-back games where he was just kind of...
Stunned.
Yeah, froze. He was just frozen there. For Duda, not a very good outing. Very disappointing, I would say. As
Very good start, but then second day didn't go so well, and today...
Not good. Again, let's jump to Gukesh and Vishy for just a moment because I think things have gone really, really south for Vishy. Knight takes d5, rook c8 check on the board.
Gets close to some checkmates here.
Yeah, no, the patterns are just showing themselves. If
h7?
I'm
Just so I don't
thinking
walk
knight
into another check.
g6.
Oh, nice.
Rook h8 and bishop
Yeah,
h6 is on
should be over.
White's agenda here. Vishy knows that things are really, really bad. King h7 on
King
the board.
h7 played, and now knight g6 is the only move to win, interestingly, but it's the most tempting move at the same time.
Yeah, exactly. That's the problem with this kind of a winning move. It just you know, it's so natural.
I am surprised it's the only move because I see knight d5, queen f4. Isn't that also?
Let's check. So knight d5, it's rook to d5,
Oh,
and
and
queen
then-
f4, h5 pawn is hanging.
I see.
Okay.
Yes.
That's once again, the engine does wonders protecting those kind of positions. But after knight g6, it's done.
Exactly. By the way, the problem also with knight d5, rook d5, suddenly the bishop uncovers the rook.
Oh, right.
if-
There's a
if it
little
wasn't-
threat.
It's like, oops, you know, like, and suddenly you got g8, a queen h6 mate is no longer mate. But knight g6 is just, I mean, it hits all of the points. Knight f8 check is a fork, rook h8 and bishop h6 is a checkmate. You can't take on g6 and
How do you
hope to
think
survive.
Gukesh is feeling right now about to defeat his own personal hero?
I bet you his heart is exploding. You know, like it's kind of
Anand
disbelieving.
resigned.
And Vichy
And that's it.
resigns. And for Gukesh, I mean, it's a really bizarre feeling. All my life, I wanted to meet Bobby Fischer and play against Bobby Fischer. Never had that opportunity. Bobby stopped playing. He played one more match in 1992, and that was it. But I could just only imagine myself feeling like I played Bobby Fischer, I won against Bobby Fischer. I would just like stop.
How do you
right?
continue living after that?
Exactly. I've achieved, you know, Mount Olympus here. 2 games remaining. Over to you, Miro. How is Richie doing?
Rapport is playing a masterpiece, in my opinion, you know?
Beautiful. Looks
yeah.
great. Position
Absolutely.
for white.
Yeah, like, just pay attention to the last couple of moves that were played, Yasser, whenever you get a chance.
Yeah. He did, by the way, end up giving away the a3 pawn after all. He just got it in a different fashion. Queen f8 takes, rook e3, a rover, knight h4, rook g3, queen h8, knight f5. You're forced to take because h6 is hanging, right? Ching, ching, ching. Ding, ding,
Yeah.
ding. Takes, e6. Hello. Oh, he took. I thought he would end up having to play rook c8. He took.
I think there's some bishop e5s and your queen is unhappy.
No way. The queen just gets trapped. Oh. So at the moment it's an exchange, but it could be a rook as well. Takes. Looks fantastic for Richie. He's certainly winning this. Rook, yeah, everything is going in his way.
Back to Nepo's game.
Nepo.
He just pushed c6, giving up, well, sacrificing his extra pawn, looks like.
So there was a queen trade.
Yes.
And we didn't see king g2. Instead, we saw a4. White is the pawn on a4. c6. I'm assuming we're going to take. Is it rook c8? No, it's a knight c5 immediately. Knight e6 on the agenda. So rook takes d4? How is it going to go?
96.
Nazi 96, rook d5.
Maybe knight d8. He wants to win this rook ending.
Well,
Oh, and rook b6, you have rook e8. So I have to keep the e-pawn. I can't give up the e-pawn.
by the way,
We have bishop h4 on the board.
bishop h4, knight c5, bishop h4. Not sure I like that one, Miro.
96.
Knight e6, bishop f2.
Bishop h4.
Feels
you better like it, yes. It's the best move and
Really?
it keeps the position equal, right?
Equal.
Or relatively balanced, okay. So after knight e6, he's planning to take on f2.
with a check.
It's probably, no, with the rook. And probably it's not that easy to realize that the attack on black king
It's
is
not
already
made.
kind of already not happening, right? And it's important for black to have at least some trump of his own, right? So 2 versus 1 here on the king side, and white king is no longer that comfortable. And yeah, it's like white starts playing some strange-looking moves like rook d1, and you know this is typical computer stuff, right? Like rook to d1 says a5 is possible.
Miro, I don't understand rook d1, but why not rook f1?
Why not rook f1? Because rook a2.
Rook a2.
Right, and it turns out, yeah, the king is safe, surprisingly. And the bishop on h4 will probably still be there to stop the e-pawn. If you try to, say, move the knights, to try to run.
By the way, we do have a result. Richie won against Constantin. The nightmare continues for Lupulescu.
And I think that was a masterpiece from Rapport, so there's nothing you can do when your opponent plays so well.
Fischer random, the final position kind of Fischer random, except for a knight on b3. Let's go
Nepo
back to
showing
Nepo.
a lot of facial expressions. He's not happy.
Not at all, as rook takes f2 on the board. You know, it's very strange. I mean, there's something blind about this. When we were capturing on f2, I thought you had to play bishop takes f2 to stop knight c7 and checkmate, except it wasn't checkmate. There was no mate at all.
Must be so frustrating. It looks so winning, and yet you can't find where is the win.
Right, where is it? Rook c1.
But I think what's more shocking is that Nepo's down on time. He has less than 2 minutes, and Fabi has more than 4 minutes.
Remarkable. Rook c1. Why didn't we go rook b6 if our intention is to play rook takes c6 on our next turn? Why didn't we play rook b6?
Maybe rook c2?
And I could take
Your
the
rook
pawn
kind
on
of
a6. Yeah, you're right.
Stuck on a5?
Good point. Good point. Yeah, my rook is not any great shakes.
By the way, so far we have 3 results, and it was all white wins in all 3 games.
Whitewash. Rook takes rook e2, rook takes c6, check,
and it's a draw.
I would
wow.
pet.
Nice save from
Wow. Wow. And Nepo.
Nepo's very unhappy.
Yeah. What happened to my win streak? It sure looked like he was on the win streak. And we have 1 game remaining, and that game is a rook ending between Alireza and Ivan Saric. 3 versus 2.
Extra
Should be a
pawn,
draw. But a very active king.
Yeah.
Very active black king as well.
Also, just rook f5 maybe wins the... Oh, we don't win the pawn back because you can always go rook a7, I guess.
I got rook b6. No, I like your rook f5. And if you go rook a7, I'm not interested. I will go back. And now I want to play king takes
Yeah, and
c5.
if I play b4, then your king
Then my king waltzes towards the b pawn. So it does look like a draw here. Miro, I just want to get your editorial opinion about the Nepo versus Fabi game, because I really have the feeling that Nepo let a big one get away.
They're still analyzing, by the way. They haven't left.
Yeah,
absolutely. No, he totally got Fabi off the hook, and especially I'm, somewhat disappointed that, or I imagine how Nepo is disappointed. He finds all the hard moves,
G3,
like the G3, and so on and so on, and then, yeah.
Just at the winning post,
he should have literally waited 1 more move and not to capture on d5, right? And
yes,
that would be it.
Exactly. Very eventful rounds. Could be. We have, as you said, 3 wins with the white pieces thus far. We do expect a draw between Firouzja and Ivan Saric.
Well, he's keeping the extra pawn.
But it could have very easily been 4 wins had Nepo. Yeah, and he has just played this. Oh, he did play b4. I'm a little bit surprised.
a4.
I'm a little surprised that...
Trying to put my king in checkmate.
Believe it or not, but now it's the only move, king c3, which he actually made. Otherwise, he would have been lost.
Rook a7? How...
Rook a7, b6.
What?
b6, and if you capture, it's king b2.
Yeah, you're threatening mate.
Oh,
That's beauty.
Yeah.
Wait, is that
so
losing?
the idea is rook a7. Now,
is that
if you
losing
play
for white now? If I allow you king b2, am I just mate?
I'm not sure. If you go rook a7, king b2 right away, then I'm going to go king
a5 and run away.
And king b6.
Yeah.
But you start with this very clever b6, so that in case you capture now.
And if I play b5, you have c5?
Correct.
This is winning for black.
It looks like a study. It's a study with b6.
8 seconds for Saric.
No, he went b5 check, which provokes king a5, and maybe white is winning.
White is winning entirely after king a5, and c takes b6, and passant is checkmate in 3.
That loses
After
king
b2,
a5.
yes. King A5 wins.
Oh no!
I'm definitely gonna use this endgame as a study for my students.
Oh my goodness! B6 would have been.
Wow.
That would have been amazing. B6. What a
I'm
move.
speechless.
Yeah, what a move. But B5, King A5.
So now, does Firouzja still need to be careful, or can he just go King B6?
I think he can just start. King
I'm not
B6.
losing C5, right? King B6, King B4, King takes C6, Rook F5? No, I can't take on C6 yet.
Can we start with Rook A6? Yeah, just move the Rook away so that you want to play Rook check, right? So after Rook A3 check, oops, we can see that Ivan Saric is in serious time trouble as he kind of knocked the Rook there. We do have a Rook check. We've got King takes C6, and we have a Rook check.
A table base just popped up saying that it's winning.
Forced win.
Forced
yeah.
win, yes.
And you get in one check, and then we capture. Nice. So King takes King B6, and we have improved the position of our Rook. King B6, and we've improved the position of our Rook so that we're ready to play C6, and Rook takes B5. But beautiful too. That was a very nice maneuver of Rook H4 and Rook H5. It's like, you know, precision. And the clock times are?
Oh, Firouzja has 5.5 minutes.
Plenty of time. Yeah.
I wonder if he spotted B6. And then,
I bet you
And
did.
then when Ivan touched the B pawn, it's like, oh no.
And then it went to B5 instead of B6. Oh no. And through the magic of television, let's see the blunder. Here, a remarkable study-like move, B7, B6.
Draws the game.
Could have drawn the game. No. Missed it by one
Overpushed.
square. Yeah. And after B5, King A5, and we have the current position. King A4, we expect C6.
I think Firouzja must have spotted it because he didn't even consider en passant he went King A5.
Exactly. No, I'm sure he did spot it as C6 is on the board, and I am expecting a handshake here because there's not really anything that you can do. Pardon me, he did play B4. I thought C7.
Oh, this is winning too because we get a queen and it's B pawn, not an A or C pawn. So
Right, C7 is even cleaner, right?
Even cleaner.
Oh, perfect.
Yes. Check, King B3, and even I would have traded rooks myself and then played C7, but C7 is...
Just to show that you have endgame technique.
Exactly. Good enough. Unfortunately for Ivan, this has not been a good day. I think he lost his opening round, round 7, and this one as well. 4 wins for the white, and it might have been
Easily
5 for
could
5.
have been 5.
Whew. Thrills and spills, as we were saying, Miro. Tell us about this round.
Well, you know what? If in the middle of a round you would ask me, Miro, what you think will be the only game that finishes in a draw, I would have a hard time guessing. So yeah, a lot of events, of course, and yeah, kudos to Fabi, whom, reminder, I had picked for surviving this. Yeah, but that was a very, very tough game.
And let's jump over to Zagreb after this very eventful round 8.
What an incredible round, but I have to say, guys, Gukesh is absolutely terrifying. Let's not forget, the guy is only 17 years of age, and he's playing such mature chess. And let's take a look at some of the details in some critical games in today's round. Take a look at this position from the game between Gukesh and Viswanathan. Gukesh just played the move c4. He's trying to change the pawn structure, and this is going to be the theme of my session right now. After c4, he played the move d4. Unfortunately, after the move d4, bishop to d2, rook to e5, and rook to d5. This was a critical move, perhaps missed by Anand. Now white is getting the upper hand in my opinion, because once you take on d5, I take with the pawn, and then the knight has to move, you're losing the d4 pawn. Not only that, but I'm also centralizing my queen, and that is crucial for this position. He had a great moment and a great opportunity after the move c4, Viswanathan Anand, that is, to play the move knight to e5. And in fact, this would have led to a much better position, because at the end of everything, you're just simply going to be a pawn up. For example, you can take on d5, I'm going to take on d3. Very important, the fact that I'm exchanging the knights, and now we will have opposite color bishops, but it is my bishop who has much better squares. For example, I have the square b5 potentially for my bishop, which is going to be a defensive against your the approach of your d-pawn. I'm controlling the d7 square. Not only that, but unfortunately for white, in this position, the d-pawn most likely is not going to survive. Now, there are still great chances for white, due to the fact that we have opposite color bishops, to potentially get a draw in this position, but it is only black that has any chances for a victory. So this was a critical moment. Anand did not play it and unfortunately missed it, and you saw what happened. Gukesh just took advantage of his opponent's mistakes and executed a perfect attack. Absolutely terrifying. Only 17 years of age. Incredible, incredible junior. And let's take a look at another critical moment. I want to draw this game between Alireza and Ivan Saric that we just saw finish. And once again, I want to focus on the change of structures, because I think it's a critical idea that players of all ages have to grasp, and of all levels have to grasp. Let's take a look at this position. Knight to c5, rook to d1, queen to e7, g3, h5. You're trying to stop me from expanding with the black pieces on the king side with g4, and that is exactly what white is trying to do, expand on the king side and put pressure on black. This move, h4, and visually it makes a lot of sense, because after g4 you're thinking, oh hey, I'm going to go g5 and I'm going to force you to either take on g5 or go f5. But after f5, knight f8, f4, I have great control as black over the dark squares, and strategically this means that I have a great position right now. I'm going to be able to put either the knight on e5, perhaps even the bishop on e5. I have great control over the dark squares, but what both players have missed, it's an intermezzo in this position, and that is the move e5. It's a pawn sacrifice, but a pawn sacrifice for such a great reason, and that is to not allow you to take full control over the dark squares. Once again, a strategical reason behind this pawn sacrifice, and a very typical pawn sacrifice in this type of structures. By the way, you take on e5, I go f5, you put the knight on f4, and right now, sure, I'm going to be a pawn down, but I'm going to go knight to e4, blockade in the center. I'm going to have this beautiful knight on e4 that's going to control the whole position, potentially land on d6, potentially support the expansion on the queen side with the move c5. I have so many strategical and tactical ideas in this position, which gives me, as white, almost a decisive advantage. On the contrary, you don't have any sort of ways to make your extra pawn felt in the position as black. So this would have led to a great position for white, for Alireza. We've seen what ensued after. It was actually just a very, very equal endgame with the rook on e7. The pawns were equal, but unfortunately, as you guys have mentioned, Ivan Saric is just simply not having a great day at the office, and Alireza took the full point home. Intriguing games, guys. Let's take a look at the standings after round 8. We saw that incredible clash between the two leaders that ended in a draw. I have to say that was a missed opportunity for Jan Nepomniachtchi, because he was better out of the opening and he could have taken the full 2 points home. 11 points for Fabiano and Jan. Magnus is getting close. Richie and Viswanathan Anand, as well as Gukesh, on 9 points, tied for the third position. Definitely Viswanathan Anand is not happy with the results he's having in today's rounds. Guys, just an incredible day of a Rapid. Final game of a Rapid coming up shortly, but before that we will go on a short break, and Anastasiya once again caught up with the players. Take a look.
Jan, welcome back to Croatia. You were here in 2021. What kind of memories do you have from that times?
Yeah, I think it was mostly good memories. I mean, my tournament was so-so. I finished short fourth, I think, or fifth with Nepomniachtchi, if memory serves well. But I mean, in that very tournament, I won 2 games. I mean, Blitz games against Kasparov, which was, of course, a very huge thing for me back then. And yeah, I mean, you know, I played good games, bad games, but in general, I was very happy with my performance here in Zagreb. So yeah, I'm looking forward, you know, repeating it.
Yeah.
I mean, but gaining better, you know, place in the end.
Yeah, that's important, yes. And actually, now that the last time I saw you was in Poland, and this dramatic last round, you know, when you played against Magnus, and I was just wondering, how did you feel after that event, and let's say what happened after? Did you still analyze this game, or you just decided to forget about it and just enjoy the second place? Like, what were your feelings right after that Grand Chess Tour?
Yeah, I was quite unhappy, to be honest, back then. Because usually, you know, when you are a professional chess player, there is usually about negative feedback. Because when you win because you're yourself. And when you lose, and especially when you feel you could, you know, do better, and or made some, you know, unforceful errors, then yeah, it can get very negative. And in my case, it was like purely. I mean, second place didn't make me happy at all because I was like leading in most of the tournament. But yeah, but objectively saying, I guess it was quite a good performance by me, and I'm looking to repeat it here.
Yeah, I mean, just really played really well in Rapid and Blitz in Poland, and everybody noticed that you play normally really good in these events in Poland. But Grand Chess Tour, you know, it's happening in different places. Do you think it has some impact on chess players if you play in different countries? I mean, does it matter that much where you play, or it's not that important?
Yeah, I would say it's not so important. Yeah, but somehow it's true that in Poland, in Warsaw, I did play very well in 2 last years. So yeah, perhaps there is something in it. I'm not quite sure. Unfortunately, you know, there are not so many great tournaments in Poland. But still, I mean, there are you know, coming new and new strong ones. I guess, you know, chessboard is like in each place like looks like the same. So I guess it in the end of the day it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, and also like speaking about Poland, do you feel that chess is like booming right now in Poland, and like what's happening right now? Do you feel the difference last years, before COVID, after COVID?
Yeah, I think a couple of years ago it was like high, when in pandemia times when there was also Queen's Gambit series, and right now I feel rather it kind of stopped, but still, of course, you know, there are many people like following chess and playing chess. So, you know, I'm mostly focused on my own career and don't really follow what's going on, let's say. Yeah, but I mean, I guess chess has never been as popular.
Yeah, for sure. It was always popular, and actually it's really hard not to focus only on your games and not on the audience, because I remember they were even saying something in Polish language like Dawaj, Janek, or something like this before the last round. I mean, it was really impressive. Yes, and like speaking about your career, what are your big goals? What goals do you have for this year?
Well, I have 2 goals. First and foremost, I guess, it's to play well in the World Cup. I don't really see myself winning it again, but you never know. I mean, 2 years ago I was actually feeling terribly in Sochi, but somehow won in the end, so you never know. And secondly, to do, great here. I mean, Grand Chess Tour series overall, and yeah, I think these 2 things are like kind of the most important.
Yeah, that's great. And all the best of luck for you in achieving all those goals. Thank you, Jan.
It's time to fight for titles. The best juniors, girls, and senior chess players converge in the chess capital of America, St. Louis, Missouri, for the U.S. Junior, Girls, and Senior Championship. Beginning July 15th, 30 players will compete across 3 fields for over a $150,000 prize fund. This tournament features the top junior and senior chess players in the nation, including the young up-and-comer Carissa Yip, young junior phenom Abhimanyu Mishra, and returning senior champion Alexander Shabalov. 3 titles are on the line, and you won't want to miss it. Catch all the action on the St. Louis Chess Club YouTube and Twitch channels.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. Enjoy a shopping experience like no other. Make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids and schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
Muni in Forest Park.
It's your move. The Muni premiere of chess plays the Muni through July 11th. Sponsored by St. Louis Chess Club and the World Chess Hall of Fame. For tickets, muni.org.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States and is among the best in the world. Thanks to co-founders Dr. Jeannie Cairns Sinkfield and Rex Sinkfield, the St. Louis Chess Club is a non-profit organization committed to promoting the game of chess locally and internationally. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area, promoting cognitive development, critical thinking, concentration, and analytical skills. The St. Louis Chess Club welcomes chess lovers of any age and skill level to come and enjoy the game of chess. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. Championships and the American Cup, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players, including the prestigious Sinkfield Cup, Cairns Cup, and many more. All tournaments can be streamed via our YouTube and Twitch channels that also include over 2,000 chess lectures for anyone to enjoy. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, merchandise discounts, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. Landmarked by the world's largest chess piece sitting outside our front door, the World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy, including various exhibitions, monthly concerts, and much more. Whether you are a beginner or a professional, there is something for everyone to learn here at the World Chess Hall of Fame. Enjoy free admission to our rotating exhibitions in our galleries and sign up for chess events, family-friendly programming, and art classes. And don't forget to stop by our award-winning gift shop, Q Boutique, and shop a wide selection of chess-related merchandise. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States, boasts the world-class St. Louis Chess Club and the World Chess Hall of Fame. It also plays to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online for chess merchandise, autograph collectibles, chess campus souvenirs, and much, much more. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. And all purchases go right to benefiting new exhibitions and programs at the World Chess Hall of Fame, dedicated to exploring chess and its immense impact on art and culture. Located on the first floor of the World Chess Hall of Fame, enjoy a shopping experience like no other and become everyone's favorite gift giver. If you can shop in store, make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis city and county, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We created the Select Chess Training Program and the Junior Select Chess Training Program in order to elevate the skill level in students across the St. Louis area. These students receive professional training from Grandmaster Viswanathan. Other programs include Chess Cops, a partnership with the St. Louis Police Department, looking to improve relationships between at-risk kids and police officers in the St. Louis area, with over 600 students playing chess over the board since 2019. The St. Louis Chess Club has also created a chess merit badge for the Scouts BSA, quickly becoming one of the most popular badges, with more than 250,000 Scouts earning the badge since 2011. Students of chess can also pick up a copy of Read and Write Chess. Thanks to club co-founder Dr. Jeannie Cairns Sinkfield, anyone can learn how to understand chess notation in no time. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
Hello everyone and welcome back to our live coverage of the SuperUnited Rapid and Blitz Croatia event. After 8 rounds, we've got quite a scoreboard.
We have 2 co-leaders, Fabiano, Caruana, and Jan Nepomniachtchi, who have extended their lead by 1 point. So now 2 points behind are 4 players, Magnus, Carlsen, Richard Rapport, Anand, and Gukesh.
Well, great rounds coming up as we have the final of the Rapids.
Yes, final round today. Lupulescu against Carlsen. Magnus will try to score another win.
Absolutely.
Saric playing Richard Rapport. Fabiano Caruana playing Firouzja.
That could be a very crucial game as we get ready for the Blitz, but please continue.
And probably our key matchup, Anand against Nepomniachtchi.
And look at the one right behind that one too.
Duda Gukesh.
Yeah, as Jan-Krzysztof, Duda needing a win, and he could leapfrog Gukesh. So lots of exciting games ahead. But as we get ready for the games, my bad, I forgot to tell you about the latest and greatest special from Q Boutique. Here it is. It is an engraved walnut wooden board. It's a stunning board, making the perfect gift for someone, including yourself. The board is crafted from walnut, measuring 21 inches by 21 inches with 2 1/4 inch squares, and has unique rounded corners. Displays the laser logos of the World Chess Hall of Fame on the H1 and A8 squares, and the St. Louis Chess Club on the A1 and H6 squares. And trust me when I say these are very beautiful board, and you'll love playing on them. So go to Q Boutique for all your chess shopping needs. And with that, we get ready for round 9. Miro, it's been a very exciting day today, and I'm looking forward to an exciting 9th and final rapid chess round.
Well, indeed, Yasser, and I'm constantly reminding myself not to declare the winner of the rapid portion the winner of a tournament, right? Let's not forget there will be 18 more games, 18 more points distributed in each round, right? Well, but these two guys, Fabi and Nepo, they really like their lead going to the last round, right? 2 full points. So basically, it's between these two who's going to win the rapid portion. And yeah, other guys also improving, like Magnus within the striking distance now.
Yep.
Right,
So,
anything can happen.
for sure, and the number of decisive games has been pretty remarkable. As here we have it, 24 out of 40, 60%. decisive.
Not bad for these guys.
Oh, very, very, very nice. I tell you, and a lot of the draws have been some of the most exciting back
That's
and
always
forth.
the case, typically.
Yeah, games. So I'm loving these rapid and blitz, and a big shout out to our sponsors, the SuperUnited, as well as the St. Louis Chess Club, and I wanted to say the Full of Life Foundation from Croatia. Thank you for your sponsorship and for the tournament. It's really, really been a great event. And from Anastasia's report on the social media sites, you can really see the audience enjoying it as well. There we have it, and a big shout out once again to the St. Louis Chess Club and Scholastic Center here in St. Louis. They just make us feel so very, very welcome, and for all that you do, thank you. As we see Richie and Ivan Saric. Now, Ivan Saric, I mean, he's playing enterprising chess. He's playing good chess, and this last game, the game he just lost against Firouzja, that one's really got to hurt because it's 3 versus 2, and this rook ending, and that move b5, almost the study-like b6 move, would have been great. He seems to have that expression of woe is me, and look what
Yeah.
I've done. We've all been there. We know exactly what he's suffering.
I think it's better if he didn't check the game and didn't see that b6 was drawing.
Yes, exactly. As we have a handshake, and they are off. Vichy, pardon me.
Oh, I
it's
see.
not Vichy.
I see
It's
Carlsen between
Carlsen.
Fabi and Firouzja.
Exactly. I saw Alireza
Another
and
exchange
Anand
variation.
with bishop d3. No knight c6, and those queen c7 moves and those e7, e6 moves. But the traditional knight f6 and bishop g4, what we Caro-Kann players like to do, get our bishop out.
And tell the French players that we have a better bishop.
Exactly, exactly. They should be jealous of our bishop. What do you have for us, Miro?
Right, I just want to mention that it's going to be Vichy's 3rd attempt on cracking the Sicilian Najdov, right? And 2 previous ones, well, were good result-wise, but underwhelming in terms of positions he's gotten from the opening. And Nepo, of course, is one of the big specialists in the Najdov. So Vichy went with knight b3, bishop g5, a bit of a modest system.
Right.
Tries to be solid, I would guess, after a loss.
Instead of the bishop e2, knight f3, what he played before. Turning our attention to Magnus, and he is black against Constantin. Now, the sad part is for Constantin, he's got this big target on his back, and he has been losing games. And Magnus, even though he's black, you know he's playing for the win because he's trailing by 2 points as he's getting ready for the blitz. He's doing something that he knows is risky. He's playing the King's Indian because it's an enterprising line, and it's double-edged, but the engines are saying you can't do it these days.
Whoa! But what's the last move?
E7, E5.
Yeah, well, it's a big surprise because, well, you know, allowing to exchange the queens sometimes happens, but after a short castle. And here, you know, the engine is very strict. It just says take here, take the queen, exchange, go castle long, and it's more than a pawn in white's favor. So I don't know about this last move. Wasn't it like a bit too much of a provocation?
I just want to say Magnus plays so many openings, but King's Indian is not something we see often from him.
Not at all, and certainly not this variation of the King's Indian. And like you said, Miro, whoa. I mean, E5, once you've short castled,
Is it possible he confused the move order?
I can't imagine that.
Look at Magnus. I think he's hiding his eyes. Could it be that he's trying kind of not to give away the fact
that he's
the move is not great? Let's put it mildly.
I'm trying to figure out what he might have even had in mind after castles with a check. First of all, you really don't want to put the bishop in the way on with bishop to d7. After you see the move c5, you start to look around and say, what am I doing? c5, you've got the threat of c6, bishop takes a6 on tap. No. You don't want to move your king, king to d8, like king e8. You go like, what am I doing?
It's really bad.
Yeah, moves like f2, f4 even come into mind with the king stuck in the center, knight f3. And
won't that be a shocker if Magnus goes down in this round?
Well, it's one of those things, he knows he's taking risks. Okay, let's stop there. He knows he's taking risk, and sometimes, you give these guys a position that they can handle, and they handle it really well. Again, I want to say that after trades and knight to d7, again, the move c5, I find very compelling and attractive. Miro, I'm sure the engine is screaming advantage white.
King e8, by the way.
Well, king e8 is also not the best response, it seems. And right you are, Yasser, c5, practically in every single variation is the way for white to get, well, close to decisive advantage. So
exactly.
Now there is, for instance, c5, and black perhaps has to play bishop to d7, where, well, you can capture on a6, that's one thing, but you can also play a3. So you keep everything symmetrical and just let's compare pieces one by one. Right, the bishop on g7 is silly, the knight on a6 doesn't do anything.
Terrible.
And you wish, like, black could have castled and swapped some rooks on the d file, and then you remind yourself, but the king has already moved.
Right.
So you can't even castle in this position. So that's really, really awkward for black.
Truly, looks like a terrible opening, in fact. Let's just take a look around. I want to jump to the game of Ivan Saric and Richie Rapport, and check this out. A Philidor?
I think that's the first time we're seeing Philidor in this tournament.
From a perk defense move order, I want to say. So he did provoke this knight to c3 early and knight to d7. The Philidor, also one of those openings that comes and goes in fashion.
But it hasn't come back in a while.
Not in a long while. Bishop f8, knight c5. Bring this up to date, Miro. From a theoretical point of view, the Philidor is not a popular defense. But
right you are.
Statistically speaking, white getting a big advantage in the Philidor?
Interestingly, not in this specific line, but I believe it has something to do that if you're playing, let's say, with a dangerous opponent, you're probably finding something a bit more solid than Philidor to play with black.
Right.
So those games that I can see in a database often feature a player with black having higher ratings. So that's the opening you try to play, you know, to confuse your opponent to play
Right.
for a win. Interestingly, after bishop f8, among other games, there is a game of Ivan Saric with white, which he lost to Ivan Ivanišević. And after, wait a second, after knight e6, there is one, but quite a decent game, Kirill Alexeyenko against Ferenc Berkes. So two very well-known grandmasters. Rook a d1, we are still following this game. Computer, well, of course, favors white as usually more space, more pressure on black center, and the key line would be d5, where knight takes, pawn takes, e5, knight d7, but I can imagine this being double-edged. Yes, white is better, but kind of black has long-term factors on his side as well, right? It's like the bishop potentially might be slightly better for black.
For me, I really like the move that Richie played, queen b6. I like this move for a very concrete reason. I want to sidestep e5, this rook on d1, vis-a-vis my queen on d8. I really want to side, and doing so with a gain of tempo, yeah, I might capture that pawn on b2. I like this move a lot, but I understand what you were saying, Miro, about d5 as well. But queen b6,
I think
I would have been my choice.
I've been seeing queen b6 today, you know.
Exactly. It's the universal panacea. It's how you deal with everything. b2, b3 on the board, and maybe now we can go into that d6, d5 variation, or rook. No, wait a minute. What am I saying? Hold on. There is a bishop h6 alert. My spidey sense is tingling.
Bishop h6, knight e4.
Well, knight takes e4.
And you're...
And I got f6.
There is, pardon to interrupt, but there is rook a to d8 and bishop h6. It's interesting how our brain works, because I was thinking the same. Bishop h6, pawn takes h6 is the move you don't look at all. And then you realize queen f6, bishop g7, you're dropping the knight on d4. So it's very easy to blunder.
Exactly. Yeah, you don't look at...
well, it's obvious. You take on h6, I take your knight, I'm a pawn up for good, right?
And you ruined your king
That's
side.
how it works.
Yeah, that's how it works. But not completely. Bishop g7 turns the tables. Very, very nice. And let's just take a look at Magnus once again, because Constantin did play the move c5, and after c6, he said, you know what? I really want to ruin your structure for life. Bishop takes, pawn takes, white to play. Rook d6 looks desirable. Knight f3 developing.
There's a bad move here for him.
Exactly. Knight f3 developing. Even the move f2, f3, just to stop any ideas that you might have with knight
maybe
g4.
h3, just so I can go knight f3.
And knight f3. Looking very, very good. By the way, our tournament leader.
Let's take a look at Fabiano's game.
Exactly. Where are you, Fabi? Fabi versus Alireza. Let's see what happened. This was the Caro with bishop to g4.
I think this is good news for Caro-Kann players, because black
Queen
looks
b3.
pretty good.
Queen c7. h3, bishop back. Knight
On
f4.
h3, I've played bishop d7 before.
Why?
That's what I was taught.
That was the answer to h3?
Yeah.
But don't you want to keep your bishop alive?
Once the queen's not on d1 anymore, we keep the bishop on g4, h5 when knight's already on f3.
Okay, keeping the pin, that makes sense. But why? Okay, we'll argue that. Bishop h5, knight e2, and he took it. I think he didn't want to see bishop f4 arriving with tempo, so he took on e2 and very quickly put his bishop on d6. And
So g3 was played just to threaten bishop f4?
Yep.
But simply bishop d6, and now I don't love that pawn on g3.
I'm not, I think his idea was to encourage the bishop to land on d6 so he could play knight b. Like here, bishop takes g3 starts to be attractive. Not in every line, but bishop takes g3. The problem, I think, is that we have this intermezzo move, knight b5, which is why we had to play a6. But bishop g3, again...
I think I see Fabi's idea. After queen a4 check, if you play knight d7, which is, or knight c6,
Right.
it's knight b5.
Exactly. And now you're getting a second bishop, and suddenly the pawn on g3, ta-da, is a star, an all-star, as the bishop's defended. And Miro, jump in on this a6, queen a4 check. It's
right
kind of
you
confusing
are.
for me.
Right you are. That's Fabi's idea, and black has to oppose it in two possible ways. You can play queen d7.
Exactly.
And then perhaps white doesn't have much else but to trade the queens, which
Okay.
is, I believe, roughly equal, even though, yeah, computer was giving white slight plus, but nothing major. But there is more interesting move, arguably more challenging. King to e7. Yes, the king is getting stuck in the center, but look at white's pieces as well. Like, if you don't have knight b5, and you do not have knight b5 because queen c6, and d6 is no longer hanging with a check. So knight b5 would be a terrible mistake in this case. So after king e7, then your knight got stuck, the queen is it's not clear what it does, and if anything, black will later play rook e8, king f8, go for artificial castle. So here, computer even slightly favors black. And there was one key moment, in fact, because after h3, bishop h5, g4 seems like it's winning a pawn. I don't think it was a blunder, it was rather sacrifice, right? g5, right. White would have won a pawn like this. Knight goes, queen d5, but the line continues, like queen d5, e5, and then against a well-prepared opponent, you probably don't want to play this. That's why Fabi decided for knight e2.
Intriguing. There was a pawn on offer?
Right.
I mean, just want to make absolutely sure I heard that. By the way, Miro, I wanted to ask you a question. Queen a4 check, king e7, and if you don't play the move knight b5, let's say you just play knight c2 for whatever reasons, your knight on a3 is no longer attractive to you, you didn't want to play knight b5 and walk into a pin. Is bishop takes g3 something that white has to be concerned about? I mean, again, I find myself attracted to the move, and I'm not sure if I'm just seeing ghosts.
But white captures, goes king d1, not clear how you follow
Knight
up.
I wanted to play, sorry, king d1, knight e4, yeah?
Yeah, knight e4. And
bishop e3, sorry.
Bishop
the knight
e3. Not to mention there is queen b4, you know, queen b7.
Okay,
and so
but
on.
no, the point was I was thinking I was getting knight f2 check, and I forgot the fact that the e3 square is defended.
And look at it, Alireza perhaps picked the wrong one, because he allows knight b5.
Oh.
And in such an awkward circumstance that, well, computer says he has to sacrifice an exchange. You could look at this a little bit,
But maybe
guys.
this is what he wanted.
Queen takes, castles, and yeah, bishop takes b5. The queen's escaping, it seems. The queen's escaping.
The queen is escaping.
Knight b6, queen to a5.
One
Knight
moment, instead of
c6.
knight b6, Miro, sorry.
Right.
Can he play bishop g3 there? Because
Bishop
now...
g3, yes, you can, and Compi says rook to g1. And
Rook
yeah, it's
G1.
strange, because like you're trying to achieve two things at the same time, like attack the king and trap the queen, right? And perhaps you do not have resources to achieve any of them. In this case, well, at least according to computer, once again, I might be wrong, and this thing might be wrong, but it's right in this case.
But for sure, when you play the move knight f6 to d7, it's almost like you're luring your opponent into this knight b5, because if you move the queen, well, why did we put our knight on d7 when we could have put the knight on c6 and left the knight on f6, maybe to go d4? So for sure, Alireza had this position in mind. Is there some moment exactly here? Queen b6? I'm really fighting to understand what he missed. Knight b... No.
Maybe he just didn't like king e7, so he thought this was the best option he had.
or he could have played knight c6 and just gone into the 2 bishops versus 2 knights position. Queen takes a8. Once more, looking at this, here takes knight c6, queen, knight c6, queen a4, and the queen runs away, which is why we went knight b6, queen
a5.
a5.
And on knight c6, I'll take.
Exactly. We don't have time. Knight c6 will take.
Rook a8?
Exactly.
But too many pieces, you can just take on a8 at this point. Also
Or-
have queen b5. Okay.
Yeah. I'm trying to trap the queen. Queen takes. How does the queen get away?
A4 doesn't work. I guess c4.
c4.
And castle.
And castle. Right.
You know what, Yasser? I'm
It's
starting
confusing.
to think that it might be, interestingly, how much time Alireza has, because it looks like some deep preparation. Now, if you look at it,
18 minutes. he
if you
has.
look at it after castle short, computer is far less
convinced.
Convinced, yes. So some rook a8, queen e1, knight d5, and look at this position. Like it gives +1 for white. But isn't it like? Doesn't it look like positional compensation?
Oh, it looks like a tremendous positional compensation, actually.
Some b7, b5, and so on, and you just you have this beautiful knight on d5.
Yeah, I mean, we play beautifully. What do you do? I mean, we make beauty points. Maybe we'll lose the game, but you know, there's something fresh about this position. Alireza, quite the dynamic player, but having a quiet event.
Right, but if we look at the standings, so Duda was always in the top 5, and now Firouzja and Duda are sharing 7th place. So
Yeah,
anything can happen in this tournament. Anyone can beat anyone. So
True that. Ivan Saric and Constantin giving away too many points as there's a big, crowded top there. Okay, I'm sure that Alireza has prepared this exchange sacrifice. It just seems to me like there's something about this that he's playing knight f6 to d7 and not king e7 that convinces me this is some prep,
we
deep
should
prep.
check in Anand Nepo game.
All right.
It looks quite equal. I think Nepo equalized without any problems.
Bishops of opposite color. Okay, I agree we have a backward pawn on d6, but very, very hard to put any additional pressure. That looks even-ish.
What do you think of the pawn on h4? Is it overpushed or?
I like it. It's okay because we've got a dark square bishop that can easily defend it should you try to pick it off with rook h3. I'm thinking that white needs to do something based on the move a4. He doesn't have it immediately, but to try to create a weakness on the king side, bishop h6. I seem to think of the Sveshnikov where somehow the bishop does okay on the g5 square, just hanging out. And what do you have for us,
We haven't
Miro?
looked at much at Duda Gukesh's game, so
Let's do that.
check.
Okay, indeed, we haven't. Okay, this was once again a Joko piano, repeating the Fabi game. A repeat of the Fabi game, right? Where I think
Probably
Gukesh played like
early knight
c6,
G3 or
or there was a d5. There was a d5
Probably
and a
played
c6.
knight g3 first.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. b5, g3, knight d2, and doubled e-pawns. Somewhat better for white, right?
Just because of the pawns, yes.
Just because of the structure. Probably not enough for a serious advantage, but you have Magnus's position, and is Magnus fighting back?
On a clock, yes, only on a clock.
On the clock.
Right, so, well, we could say that Magnus's idea worked to an extent. Lupulescu is down to 10 minutes after 13 moves, and being, well-prepared player, I doubt in any other line he would be that low on time, right?
Right.
But his position is overwhelming, so now pretty much any move, and one of the most natural knight f3 moves leads to a serious advantage, and it was
which
played.
he has played.
Knight e8 is the only move, right, not to drop material, and then you just have to not to blunder the rook on d6. So rook d3, rook d2, plus 1.8, 1.7, something of this nature. So material's equal, and computer favors white by almost 2 pawns. If anything, I'm playing rook d3 because sometimes I might have a dream of, swinging the rook to a3 if the knight leaves from c3.
Just to remind our viewers that Magnus comes into this round 2 points behind the tournament lead, which for him means that he's in contention for first because he was 3 points behind earlier this year in Warsaw, Poland, and he came storming back in the Blitz.
Right now he's sharing third, but in Poland he was in the 5th place after the Rapid, and then went on to win.
3 points behind,
yes,
right, against Duda,
and
went on to win.
18 Blitz games, he won 11.
That's ridiculous. That's just completely ridiculous to go in this field, and I believe he went 10 in a row.
Yes.
Oh, that's
and
crazy.
He's probably thinking, and I can do it again.
I can do it again. But by the way, it was an exchange sacrifice by Constantin.
Miro kept saying, don't blunder the rook on d6.
It wasn't a blunder. I mean, his idea was that you take my rook, and I've got this gorgeous c5 square for a knight, so I'm going to go knight a4, knight c5, and I've got huge positional compensation. Maybe an unnecessary sacrifice, but I got to tell you, I'm sympathetic to this. It looks gorgeous. Why do it, Miro? You're like shaking your head.
It's a very sound decision. Yeah, it's a very sound decision, understandable, from human perspective, right? You want to capitalize on your initiative and so on. This looks like a good way. And what I want to say, kudos to Lupulescu. I mean, it's clearly not his tournament, and he's not shy of sacrificing material against Magnus.
He's not backing down. That's exactly right. But the other thing you've got to say, from Constantin's point of view, if he goes on to win this game by crushing Magnus, it goes into his book of best games.
Absolutely, yeah.
And that's not inconsiderable.
One of the worst tournaments maybe of his life, but also one of his best wins. So.
If he can get it. Now, he's just played the move knight d2. He didn't include knight c5, which I'm wondering why.
This is a little bit strange because knight c5 was much stronger.
Yeah, it's just so obvious and compelling that you want. But again, from White's point of view, I mean, he thinks knight c5 is unstoppable. He thinks he'll go knight c5 and knight to c4. But the immediate knight c5 was better, Miro?
Was much better, and I figured out why.
Okay, please do.
After knight c5, you can't really connect the rooks. You need a setup king f7 and bishop e6, which was reachable in the game. And that's exactly what Magnus did after knight d2. He could have played bishop e6 at once, or as he did in the game, king f7. But just look at the position after knight c5. How do you ever connect the rooks?
You have to play
move
rook
the bishop.
d8.
The only move is bishop c8, after which d7 wins.
Correct.
Right? So knight c5 would have put him in almost a stalemate position. And then you can do whatever you please. You can lift the rook first, not to ever block the d file. Yes, so like a plan would be to go rook d3 and then move the knight whenever you like it to move.
So knight c5, I believe, was a much stronger move, but I think it would have been met by rook d8. By the way, we do have a trade on e6, knight b3. Was that a relief for Magnus that he got rid of it?
It's a huge relief if he plays rook d8,
check,
and king f7. And at least he's getting. It seems like he's getting rid of this d6 pawn.
Ooh.
You'd be surprised, but the engine goes after the repetition here, with knight b7, which I believe will not happen. You are getting ambitious after such sacrifices, but
right.
But yeah, but that's
because bishop
I think
f8.
Bishop f8 is a big threat, and d7. Rook a b8 first to stop knight b7, and then eventually bishop f8, and you drop the d7 pawn.
Yikes. Magnus fighting his way
By
back
the way,
in. Yes.
in the game Fabi against Firouzja, we have that position, that entire sequence that we calculated.
Wow. Okay, so he did go for this whole exchange sacrifice. So after queen takes c6, rook a8 is trapping the lady, and we have to make room, and that was why we play a move that we really don't want to play, which is c3, c4. Takes, attacks the rook on h1, castles, and queen went to h5, knight d5, bishop d2. How does the engine assess this exchange sacrifice?
It gives a plus to white still.
Plus to white, okay.
Plus 0.9, 0.8. However, if I'm looking at the lines what white has to play, there's nothing convincing. It's not like white breaks through or something, basically hovers around. So it could be that even the modern, very strong engines tend to underestimate at least practical aspect of black's compensation.
Exactly. So, for example, after bishop d2, Miro, if I just boldly play b5.
Yeah, you could. Or maybe start with g6. I don't know. That's what the bot suggests. Go g6, go b5.
Right.
And just hover around, it seems. Like some queen b7, bishop f8, I can see at some point like putting it on g7.
Yeah, I was thinking also of even queen to b6, whether the bishop does get fianchettoed or not. But just this idea that this knight on d5 remains, like a Thor, over the position.
The engine has no respect for that knight on d5.
Not at all.
I guess not. And Nepo with Vichy, let's just check in. Somehow there's a d6 pawn missing because he sacrificed the d6 pawn. He just played d5.
He's going rook d2 next move.
Ah, thank you for that. Not necessarily next move, but okay, king g7, and he wants rook to d2, which means I may have to play rook to d1, and then we're going to get opposite color bishops. Okay, very good.
Magnus did not play rook d8 as was suggested by the engine. He played rook b8. Was that inaccurate?
No, he does have a rook on d8.
No, it was on b8 a moment ago.
Excuse me. So it went, he didn't go rook d8 right away. He went rook b8, then came check.
What's going on with this game, guys? I don't understand.
What is going on?
Because now, according to the machine, d6, d7 just wins.
+3.
Wins as is +3 for white.
Wow.
And it's not that easy to comprehend, but perhaps rooks are getting stuck. Now, he didn't play it. Oh.
But d7, by the way, traps the rooks.
Traps the rooks, so rooks are paralyzed, and bishop
you can't move
really
your
help.
king. You can't go king. You can't approach the pawn. King e7 runs into bishop c5. King e6 runs into knight c7.
But knight c7 looks good because he's about to pick up a7 as well.
Okay, let's see.
He played knight c7 on the board.
Yeah, rook a8, what the board has to say. And if you capture on a7, bishop f8,
bishop
all
c5.
of a sudden it's already black who is better for whatever reason. Rook d7, rook d8, slowly confiscating this d6 pawn.
Wait a minute, hold on. Because we have to calculate a4. Oh, you're threatening rook takes c7 and bishop takes c5. Yeah. Sorry, I was thinking that black was going to go rook to d8 and take on d6, and by that time I wanted to make a coronation. But rook takes c7.
Oh, wow, d7 was really killing black.
That is a...
position. There's nothing black can do. Pieces can't move.
But that is a move that you aspire to play in such positions. You just want to paralyze the rooks so that there is no rook b8, there's no rook c8, you can't double. And it's remarkable that Constantin didn't play that move.
It's interesting that Magnus is taking his time here, because if you play rook b8, I was going to take on a7 with the tempo.
With the tempo, thank you for that, right? So you're right, he did pause, but he did end up playing rook on a8 to c8. So once again, bishop takes, bishop f8, rook c5, rook c7. And Miro, if I go He's done it. If
He's
I go
done it,
B4,
yeah.
defending the
B4
bishop.
at the end of the line.
Yeah.
You know, let me see it.
And we have
Here,
bishop F8.
Here, B4,
There-
rook C to D8.
Yep.
And the best you can do is bishop to B6. Don't ask me why. Rook takes D6, rook takes D6. And if you take with the rook, okay, this is something. If you take with the rook, that computer claims white to be better after A4. It's a marginal edge, so apparently white wins back the exchange and black somehow manages to stop the pawn in some long variation. So in order for black to try to be better, kind of, he has to take with the bishop, knight b5, rook d7. I would assume this is very close to a fortress. And so.
Yeah.
King to c2, get the pawn to a5.
And they've played those moves as expected. And now this is the moment of truth.
In fact, b4 is the only move after rook d7.
Exactly.
And one thing, Magnus does have a huge time advantage. He has 4 times as much time.
4. Wow.
It's 20 minutes against 5.
Constantin has been playing slowly and getting himself into time trouble. Once you get into time trouble, the blunders come very, very quickly. Let me just go around the horn a little bit and go to the game of Fabi, picking up, because again, this is beautiful. To my eyes, this is beautiful imbalance going on here, and I'm a big fan of
The knight on d5.
Of the knight on d5. And again, the engine's probably laughing at me and saying white is better and everything else. But in practical human play, I like what Firouzja has done. Vichy looks like they're
Half a
heading
pawn,
towards
but
a
very equal middle game.
very equal. King g7. Interesting that he didn't trade rooks and go queen d6 there.
Nepo wants to keep the pieces on the board. He's not worse. So.
No, it's not. Let's check in on Ivan Saric versus Richie. Oh, when we left it, he did play that whole sequence, by the way, with queen b6 and d5. So you get those kind of French defense like positions. And
That pawn on e5 is really dominating.
yeah, but on the other hand, wait a minute. We've got rid of our light squared bishop, which is, you know, hey, something. And if I can get in c5, knight g5, knight e4, life could be good. What is white? Who's on turn? King h2.
It is black to move.
Black to move.
But what if I play f4 and then, I don't know how yet, but I need to get my knight on g6.
Okay.
Long way to go.
My turn. I get to play knight to g5 first. So I am eyeballing the e4 square.
Maybe f3.
You told me that you were reaching for your f pawn, but you only moved it to f3. Okay, c5. Isn't this fine? I don't know. I mean, I've seen too many Victor Korchnoi games. A lot of Victor Korchnой's games where he would double on the half-open f-file, and he beat a lot of players, I must say, on the black side here.
So still anything can happen in this game.
Absolutely, and for Richie, he's looking to try to beat Ivan Saric. Ivan struggling today. He's in 9th position.
Right, but Rich is sharing 3rd, so if he wins,
Exactly.
he can definitely jump in the, maybe even catch Fabi or Nepo.
Yeah, he's got an imbalanced position. Maybe he's taking too many risks, but well, we'll see how it goes. And let me just jump to Duda versus Gukesh, because when we left it, it was those doubled e-pawns.
They're still there.
They're still there. It's a feature, it's not a bug, huh? Okay, rook.
I think the only way black gets rid of those double pawns is by losing them.
And then he will have no weaknesses once you get rid of them. Yeah, okay. So should I, yeah, exactly. Should I be playing knight b1 and knight c3? I'm not sure what I should be doing with my pieces. This knight
There's
on
a lot
d2.
of maneuvering that's possible.
And the clocks, is that a factor between these two players?
Not yet. They both have 12, 11 minutes.
Okay, as we see.
This
Nice
is Ivan
visual.
Richards' game.
And he's played queen to e7. None of that knight g5 business. But over to you, Miro, and you've got the Magnus Carlsen game on your board.
breaking news, right? I mean, I was screaming 10 minutes ago, 5 minutes ago, how Lupulescu is winning against Magnus.
Right.
And guess what? The game turned upside down. So once again, we already know that, yeah, the worst is over for Magnus after this moment, right? B4, rook cd8. And Constantin couldn't find bishop b6, which is not, not intuitively easy to find. Right. A4, and then just swapped everything on d6. A5, but this is winning for black now.
Winning for
with
black.
The only move, rook d7.
Which has been played, knight
it
a6.
Is, and rook d4. Oh, not only rook d4. King e8 works, rook d4 works. So.
But hold on, your rook d4, I get it, but isn't that a pawn going, if I go king c2, king c3, knight c5, that
yeah, but
a pawn.
The point is, like, he activates the rook, and then he marches with the king. No, he doesn't take the pawn.
Okay, sorry.
Or it, rather, because it's a computer line, right? The king will go to stop the pawn. So after king c2, it's king to e7.
King to c3.
Yeah, king to e7, king to c3, king to d6, knight to c5. And then you are in a square of this pawn, so you can go rook d1. Okay, not exactly in a square, but you have rook a1 if you need it, right?
Right.
And Magnus has 20 minutes to figure out best way to win this.
Right, so eventually it claims that the king's going to stop the pawn, and then the rook's going to feast on white's king side, of course.
Gotcha. Oof, what a turnaround. Well, Magnus pushed the envelope there, the risk,
looks
and
like
it's going to pay off. He
really played with it.
He was playing with fire, no question about it, in this game. Let's see where...
So in another Nepo game, I know we kept saying it's just a dead draw, dead equal, but is it that simple? Because Nepo's playing on those black squares.
As in, maybe
F2.
Nepo has some...
Maybe he has something.
He just played the move queen b6, by the way. It's kind of awkward from White's point of view, because...
What is my queen doing on a8?
Right? Shouldn't I be playing queen e8, or... I want to do something active myself. He played queen c8, by the way.
Rook f6.
Queen c8.
Oh, and if you go rook f1,
okay,
I think
for
I have
example.
a tactic. Bishop e1. No, immediately bishop. Immediately bishop e1.
That
I
is
think
cute,
that's better.
yeah.
I want to keep the rooks on the board.
Okay.
Oh no. It doesn't work.
I'm sorry. Could you sign my score sheet for me, as a memento?
Okay,
But if you had
so I
played
have
rook
to do
e1
rook two,
and the
yes.
same idea, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then it's just you're doing great. I get it. No, Nazi, I get it. Queen c8, rook
Rook
f6.
f6, you can play bishop f3 immediately.
I think it's forced, actually. I have to block you. But having said that, I am tempoing the bishop. Queen c8, bishop f4. So for all of that toing and froing, where he didn't play rook takes d1, we got a position where, well...
But now he wants to get his queen on the first or second rank, and White's king is uncomfortable, very uncomfortable.
Exactly. True that.
So like if we take rook takes d6,
Yep.
queen takes d6, because White queen doesn't have an easy way to come back.
No.
So what do you play here?
Yeah, I hear you loud and clear. If I play a move, for example, like bishop f1, giving you a free hand, if you do drop in queen, I can take and maybe get
Maybe
back.
I can play bishop c1 here and just go after your pawns.
The training's working. Bishop c1, okay, c4. I trade. I'm probably worse.
It should be equal, of course,
right.
but there's some tiny little chances.
I get it. I won't
And it's
argue
rapid
again.
after all.
Exactly. And the clock
Clock
times.
time, Anand's down to 5.5 minutes and Nepo 13.5.
Exactly. Let's jump to the game of Fabi for a moment, because he's managed to do something.
Exchange the bishops.
Well,
Firouzja exchanged.
Firouzja went for that bishop trade, and I must say, I find that confounding. I would have thought that the bishop on fianchettoed or on the f6 diagonal was better for black to keep it. And we've got a lot of moves, Miro, not necessarily that Fabi has made any progress, but the assessment must be better for white now.
Yeah,
with the
it
bishops
is, and possibly
traded.
he did. I'm not quite sure about this bishops exchange.
Exactly.
Because it seems that it allows white a little bit more activity. Because
Correct.
now, yeah, like rook d1 we've seen, queen a4, rook d1 of course is a normal move, but computer already shouts at something like rook to e5. And I guess the point is that the knight on d5 with an absence of, bishop and in fact, kind of not enough pieces to have a real counterplay. The knight on d5 is very static. It's a nice piece, I get it, but once white gets the g-pawn going, the knight from d5 is kind of not close enough to the king. So that's pretty much what computer's doing. I mean, some rook e5, rook e1, rook e4 starts pushing those pawns and claims that white is better. And in fact, I'm yet to see any active idea for black. So black plays in sort of a fortressy way, right? Keep the knight on d5, keep everything protected, but let's see how long this fort is going to hold.
Intriguing. Going to the Magnus position for just a moment when we left it, with understanding, we thought, okay, we've got this knight on c5 and your king's in the square. But this
One
move rook
moment
c1
here.
check, huh?
Yes.
Yes.
King b2 instead of king b3? Because if you take rook c5, I know it looks winning, but it might not be winning.
I think we were looking more like this. And
Oh,
wait a
here,
minute.
a6.
We're not in the square
Yeah.
anymore. And
I think
rook.
Magnus missed that earlier.
So he played rook check, and he played king c7 in order to meet a6 with king b8 or king b6. Oh my! Just a draw has been agreed. A repetition between Fabi and Firouzja, and Fabi goes into the blitz in an excellent shape, having performed so well. Sorry, you were about to tell me.
There is a
Nazi.
very cute line here in Magnus's game. So
Yeah.
after rook c1,
Yep.
if Lupulescu played king b2,
Okay.
black takes rook takes c5. Now
Okay.
if I take, it's dead lost. But I have a6 here.
No way.
Right?
And that, wow. So the whole point is a7 takes. And
King a3, rook b1, king a2.
Wow, that is pretty. Pretty. You're not stopping me. Oh my. So rook takes c5, a6. Oh, that is so easy to miss. Miro, wow.
I can only confirm that Nazi is absolutely right.
Wow.
And yes, rook c1 was wasn't the best move, but it was in fact a blunder from Magnus. Before he was winning. After rook c1, indeed, king b2 would have made the draw, but
would have made a draw.
Right, but I mean, seriously, how likely are you? How likely are you to consider this?
Wow.
Right? And yeah, so king b3,
What a trick, though.
king to c7, and I think this last move kind of confirms that. Yeah, like knight
It's
e6
one of
check.
those positions where if you're told you have a draw, then it's easy to find.
Right.
But you don't expect you have a draw.
Not in
so you
that
don't even
moment.
look for it.
And knight c5 to e6 check, king b7. So no, the a pawn is no longer an issue. So it's all about knight f8 and rook g1, I'm assuming?
Knight takes h7. I'm
Right.
picking up more
Well,
than
I
one
have
pawn.
to. I have to play knight f8. I mean,
Yeah.
and just hope that I'm scooping up as many pawns as I can. Let me say that.
You want to give
scooping,
the g instead?
Yeah. Well, we do have knight f8, h6. If you take, maybe you should be playing knight d7. By the way, if you take.
Well, maybe I can defend knight h4.
Exactly.
And
Although, the fact I still have this c6 pawn, that's going to be very meaningful. I'm sure the rook is going to outplay the knight in these endings, but knight f8 on the board. So once again, Fabi versus Alireza, they made a repetition. I just want to see how they did it at the very end. I think it was just rooks going back and forth. Yeah, just a repetition. Interesting. Well, Fabi appreciated the knight on d5, even though the bots do not.
And Anand Nepo Games, definitely, it's almost over. By that I mean a draw.
Yeah. So did we? Yes, he did play the move bishop c1, and we did see c4, and they did go right into that line. And Vichy slightly worse, after all, but a draw undoubtedly. And let's go with the game of Richie for just a moment. Where are you, Ivan Saric, Richie? Again,
Looks very good for white. So black never played c5 like you wanted.
Well, this is just enjoyable. Kind of like white is playing a risk-free position here. And if you get h5, knight g6 check, and a pawn on g6, that's just...
That's a dream position.
Yeah, that's just not a lot of fun. That pawn on g6 is... So white, it feels to me like white has a considerable edge. Just because you're not getting any counterplay at all.
Black needs to passively defend, but it's very unpleasant.
Exactly. It's not everybody's cup of tea to defend passively,
Let's
that's
jump
for sure.
to Duda Gukesh game, because his last move, knight f4, was interesting sacrifice.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Which Duda did not accept, but I'm not sure why. So what's the idea if we
Can
take?
we ask? Take?
Take back.
Okay, hold
Queen
on.
c3.
There's a rook hanging on a7.
Oh, but e5? Am I taking two knights?
Yeah, but what's the body count after e5? I've won a pawn. No, I have queen a3. Right?
Queen c2 check.
Oh, I beg your pardon. Crazy stuff. But let's pause for a moment and jump to Zagreb. And Cristian, what do you have for us, Cristian?
Thanks, Yasser. We do have one of the potential leaders going into the Blitz section, most likely one of the co-leaders going into the Blitz section, Fabiano Caruana, with us. Fabi, welcome back to the show. Tell us a bit about today's rounds and how are you feeling going into the Blitz section?
Yeah, it was a little bit of a shaky day. I guess I could have lost my first two games, but I finished with 1.5 points, very fortunately. First game was really tough. I think he sacrificed a piece. I think he was playing brilliantly against Gukesh, and you know, then he, in the complications low on time, he lost control. But I was really in danger then. Against Jan, I was just dead lost. Basically, I kind of mixed up the line a little bit. I'm not super familiar with the line, and everything kind of looks the same in this line. So he knew the line better than me. He got a winning position, but it wasn't super easy. And I also defended that one in the last game. I don't know. I feel like I played pretty dubiously in the opening, but then he sacrificed an exchange completely unnecessarily, and then I don't know, I could have maybe played on, but I saw no ideas, and I decided not to. Okay, it was a good day, not to push my luck today.
Just to interrupt you for a second, Saric did win his game against Richie Rapport, quite an important result for him. He was struggling in today's rounds. What is it about your mentality? Because you had this type of situations against Richie Rapport and against Gukesh, very similar, in which you can take the draw, but you can also play on. In one, it paid off, in one, it didn't, but still, you were showing very clear fighting spirit. How is your mentality? Tell us a bit about that.
Well, I thought against Gukesh, like at the moment when I could have taken a draw and decided to play on, I think it was completely risk-free. And against Richie, I was more or less winning. And so of course I'm not going to take a draw. Then maybe I kind of lost control. I had to make these like split-second decisions of should I maybe try to clean it up or continue gambling. And that didn't work out. But against Gukesh, I think it was a completely sober decision. I mean, okay, he has a perpetual, but that's the best he has. He definitely can never win this, and he still has to prove it. So I think that was just a good decision. But in general, of course, I am trying to fight and take my chances. But okay, also try not to overextend too much, which is what I often have done in the past, but trying to keep a bit more control here.
Fabi, congratulations on a good rapid portion. We'll see you tomorrow in the Blitz.
Thank you, Cristian, and indeed, well done, Fabi, as he hopes to go into the Blitz portion of the event. Tied for first,
yes,
or clear first. And Magnus, by the way, is scooping up pawns, and well, yeah, it's no contest in this knight versus rook position. So Magnus cruising to victory, and it wasn't a smooth ride, as he was definitely losing out of the opening. Couple of times out of the opening.
It was always the move d7 that had to be played.
Yes, absolutely. Knight c5 check, king a7, just hanging about.
Do you think the strong players get more lucky more often?
Yes.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I really do. I really do. And I have seen it so often in games of Kasparov and Karpov, where it's like they're worse and somehow they land on their feet so often.
I don't know if it's luck or it's just opponents respecting them so much.
Yeah.
And not having confidence that I can defeat you.
Exactly.
Yeah. And we have 3 games still going. But Vish's game is about to end in a draw. They're just
Anand,
shuffling the pieces now.
Yeah, but I like this decision very much by Anand right here, when, because there's only one problem that White has, is this pawn on f2, and this pawn on h4 is really annoying, so you play the move g4. And if you say, if you don't play en passant, I'm just going to play king g2, you've got nothing, but that trade just makes life a little bit easier. Like, you can breathe a little bit more. The pawn on h4 is gone, it's not suffocating, and this game is going to be drawn, despite the fact there's a 5 minutes to 10 minutes time
pretty
advantage.
simple draw.
Very much so.
And how is Gukesh doing against Duda?
That is the big question. Miro, jump in and tell us, how is Gukesh doing against Duda?
Well, that was really a lot of maneuvering, which is hard to understand even with the computer help.
Right.
But then this knight f4 indeed deserved to be taken. It wasn't straight up winning, but after queen b3, instead more precise than queen c3, right, rook takes a7, e5, White would be material up. That, as simple as that. Yeah, so computer is not depressed, right? It says black can fight. So a check, king goes here, ef6, queen f6. Perhaps it will be hard to win, but it's clearly better for White.
The two knights are better. By the way, we do have in Vishy's game a draw agreed, the two players. And the current position, Miro, of Gukesh.
Oh, Magnus's game is over as well. He won his game.
Yeah, as we expected.
What a chance Lupulescu missed.
Wow, he sure did. And for Magnus, that means that he's keeping himself
got closer.
Close.
Just 1 point behind now.
Right, when you think about the Polish Grand Prix.
He has 18 games to catch up with the leaders. So.
Exactly.
Yeah, if he has a good day tomorrow.
Sorry, back to you in the Gukesh game, Miro.
So what's the evaluation you want to know?
Yes, thank you.
Well, I can give you my expert opinion that white is up a pawn. However, it's only plus 0.1 if you consider the machine. And it actually does some weird thing. Like goes knight a6, something exactly what you're told not to do.
Right.
Right, it's a knight a6, but apparently if you push the pawn, you immediately lose the e4 pawn, and it's equal material. So after knight a6, both sides start making some strange-looking moves, knight to d7, knight b3, and then eventually something that I can understand. King goes towards the center. It's very close to equality. So maybe
Gotcha.
white somehow manages to keep this double extra pawn, but cannot really capitalize on this.
And Miro, help our audience understand the inside joke you just shared there in your expert opinion.
Expert opinion and
explain
an
where
extra
that
pawn.
story
Right.
comes from. It's a beautiful story.
I actually don't quite remember, but I think it was first of all the time when the games would be adjourned. So
Right.
we are talking classical time control, and after, say, 4 hours of play, the game would be adjourned and someone would write down the move, it would be put in an envelope, and the game would be continued next day or a few days after sometimes. Right, and I think it was like on a television or something, right?
Right.
And yeah, so it was the reporter who had no idea apparently about how chess works and so on. So he asked someone, and not to look like a fool, he wanted to bring up a big name and said, in opinion of Master X, white is up a pawn. And we take all the responsibility away for counting the pawns ourselves, right?
Right. But this was, I thought, from the times of the Soviet Union, and the American players all felt that everybody in the Soviet Union understood chess, and this idea that we needed the expert master's opinion, we're up a pawn.
Right, I mean, you have to calculate those right, yeah.
Yeah, expert opinions. And let's jump to Zagreb.
Magnus, going into today's rounds, it felt eerily similar to what happened in Poland. You were trailing by quite a few points. What was the goal? On how many points were you thinking of finishing today's rounds, the rapid rounds?
No, I mean, I thought the first game would be difficult, and then the next two I would have a good chance to win. So overall, of course, +2 is really good.
And that's exactly what happened, and especially this final game. It was a bit shaky. It felt at some point like that exchange sacrifice by him, definitely it felt uncomfortable for you.
Yeah, I mean, I just, I don't know what I was thinking in the opening. I was thinking e5. There are similar lines, for instance, with bishop e2. Immediately, like here e5 is a move. I mean, it's not a great move, but I was thinking that you know, with the knight on a6 and the bishop on e3, at least no bishop g5 is coming in one go. So I thought, like, for a moment I was being clever, but I just missed c5.
So this whole thing was
this was terrible. And here after c6, also when I realized quickly that rook d6 is really strong. Otherwise, it's maybe kind of playable. I mean, search positions. I've seen them before, and with the bishop pair and yeah, well, exactly the bishop pair. You do have some long-term potential, but
and I think there was this.
Yeah, I mean, there
was
was this like
he could have played.
Well, I mean,
D7.
I played knight bishop e6, which was insane. I was focused on knight going to c4. So first, I didn't really understand what he was doing, since I thought, like, I'm doing fine now. And then immediately as I went bishop e6, I saw that he could bring the knight to b3, and then I thought, yeah, now I'm probably lost again. Yeah, I mean, whatever. A lot of things happened later.
But it was this moment. I'm not sure if you guys caught it. At one point,
after the move, I think it was rook to d1, knight c5, rook c1, he had this move king to b2.
Oh my god. Oh, that's so disgusting. Yeah, that's really disgusting. Of course, I wanted to sack the exchange and just win easily, but yeah, I just have a6.
Some sort of a study like.
Yeah, I mean that's. Oh, yeah, that was super careless. I think like in general, I was just. Yeah, not in the right state of mind for the last game. Like, I was really happy with the win against Duda. I thought I calculated that very well, but then, yeah, in the last game, I was not focused enough.
Still, everything is finished well, and tomorrow, perhaps 1 point behind the leaders going into 18 rounds of Blitz. How do you see your chances?
Certainly 1 point behind.
Certainly,
yeah,
because
Nepo,
I think just
Fabiano and Nepo just both.
Yeah, Nepo drew as well. Yeah.
Yeah, that's obviously considering the circumstances, that's pretty reasonable, and I think a lot can happen. A lot can happen now in Blitz. I think Alireza is certainly the one who has the highest potential of anyone, but yeah, it's hard to say. Both Jan and Fabi will probably need to do something they've never done before in order, especially if either. Well, especially if I have a good Blitz tournament, then they will need to do something they've really never done before in order to win. But that's not impossible, of course. Otherwise, yeah, I'm happy to be in a reasonable position now. Like yesterday was so bad, but today I felt a lot better. So, like any way that I would not play well today, there would be no excuse.
Well, definitely you have some inspiring Blitz performances to get that inspiration for tomorrow. Go get some rest. We'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you.
Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Magnus, and thank you, Cristian. Indeed, once you see rook c5, a6, a7.
He was disgusted.
It's like, the two loneliest players in the tournament on stage all by themselves, Duda versus Gukesh. We've seen a repetition. Who's playing?
For a win?
Miro?
Well, my guess would be that now it's black because
of the
what
double
happened
pawns.
since the last visit, the c pawn left the board, right? White used to have c pawn in this position.
Look at those knights.
Yeah, the picturesque position of those knights here.
If you were going to tell me that a player is losing the ending due to the double pawns, I would have thought it was black, because remember back here, it was the double pawns. The black had the doubled e pawns, and now it's white with the double e pawns. But somehow he has lost his c pawn, and now we do see Gukesh is the one who's saying, I would like to play on playing knight a4, king. What are we doing, Nazi? Are we trying to finagle our way into g6?
I would play more defensively and defend my e3, e5 pawns, so bring the king back.
It was a bluff. We're not playing...
And king h5, black also has king f7, so I'm not really going that far.
Good point. Yeah, king f7 cuts you off at the pass, right? But
he is going for it, though.
King f7. Yes, king h5, king s7. Here we need to play knight d8 check. Miro, we're not playing knight d8 check. We have a problem.
Yeah, but how to get there?
Exactly.
Honestly, I have a problem because whenever I look at those engine lines, it says zeros, and the moves, the moves are pretty much random. One of the moves is g4, and you wish you had the knight on e4 in this position, right?
Right.
But the very next move, you go to e4, he goes g5. So, in fact, g4 might not be a bad idea. You just trade more pawns.
Right.
And there is one little trick in this position. When black will still be, pawn up, but will run out of kingside pawns, you can actually sacrifice knights for the pawns, right? One each. And two knights cannot checkmate the king.
Exactly. So G4, knight e4, G5.
Yeah,
would be
but that's
one way to
not the only way you can just return back.
But it's so unnatural to voluntarily put the king on h5 and pawn on g4, which, by the way, has been played.
G4's played?
Yes.
On the board.
Wow.
And is the
They're just not afraid at all. They're
They
both under 1
calculate.
minute. They calculate with few seconds.
And they're both under a minute, huh? So
Yeah.
they'll be relying on their increments now.
Yeah, so knight e4, g5, exchanges happen, and then it's more equal. Less pawns are on the board, the easier it is drawn.
Okay, Gukesh is a legendary player.
Look at
because
this knight.
how do you stop yourself from playing knight e4?
Yeah, G5 finally on the board.
You can probably take with either pawn or the king on g5.
My instinct would be to take with the pawn, but king takes means that you do have h5 and h6 to trade more pawns if you would like. So maybe king takes g5 is simpler.
Mhm.
He's done king takes g5. Knight e4 check. Because h5, h6, the potential is
Knight
there
went
for
to
that
d5.
knight to d5. Whoa.
For a second, I thought e4 was a fork on the knights.
Yeah, optical illusion,
Yeah.
right? Yeah. But you would really upset your opponent if you played e4 followed by e4 takes d3. That would really be upsetting. And just as a reminder to everybody, it's Blitz, baby.
Starting tomorrow, we'll have 2 days of exciting blitz.
Exactly. 9 rounds, double round robin. Nine games on Saturday, 9 games on Sunday. A playoff. We'll talk about playoffs if it comes up.
18 games is not enough. They also need to play the playoffs.
Exactly. Now, I thought it was kind of funny there with Cristian that he was explaining that Magnus could catch up with only 18 games to be played. And I was like, what? Only 18 games.
Yeah, Magnus feels quite confident. He was saying that Fabi and Nepo need to do something they've never done before.
Right. that he assumes
Yeah.
that he will be having a very good result. So they will have to play extremely well to maintain their first
But he
position.
also mentioned Firouzja, because Firouzja is a favorite in blitz.
Yes.
But he's so behind on the points from the rapid portion that
Exactly.
he really needs to win 10 games in a row.
Exactly. Knight take, this game's heading, I just don't see how the players avoid a draw now. Knight takes c7.
They don't.
They don't.
They don't.
They don't.
They rather agree a draw. No?
Exactly.
And we're going to see it to remove repetition.
Absolutely. Well, a very exciting series of rapid chess games come to a close, and 2 players tied for first going into the Blitz, Nepo and Fabi. Nepo and Fabi were joint first coming into today with Vichy, but Vichy fell off the pace.
But
there.
Nepo is definitely the most disappointed player today because he had a huge advantage against Fabi.
And that was a big game because Fabi saved. As you saw in the interview with Cristian, Fabi was the first to admit that he messed it up, that he really messed up his French defense and he was in distress. But let's jump to Cristian and Zagreb for some final thoughts of, wow, a really great rapid portion.
Well, it was an amazing day of rapid chess, and as I've mentioned at the beginning of the show, never count Magnus Carlsen out of contention, and he proved that today with just a brilliant performance, 2.5 out of 3, 5 points in the rapid scoring system out of 6. That's pretty good, and he's only 1 point behind. We know what happened in Poland. We remember what happened in Poland, and I have to say, if you are Fabi and Nepo, you definitely have to be looking over your shoulder right now with Magnus closely behind you. But also, Alireza
and that's my pick. Maybe we can show the picks that we have up to this point. But Alireza, I still have faith in my boy, and I think we're going to see a lot of exciting chess in the Blitz round coming tomorrow. Anastasia,
I actually was following this game, which I'm sure was followed also by all Indian fans today, between Visha and Anand and Gukesh, you know, and I thought of, I got this thought that Visha actually raised the beast.
He did.
He did. And actually we were talking about this game before the tournament, and he was telling that he will try just to play with pieces. But you know, it's really hard to play against one of the best players in the world, who is also, let's say, one of the most talented chess players in the world. And now, I mean, when Gukesh actually won this game, you could see that, yeah, he was like so nervous and emotional. Actually, I managed to quote him, you know, after the end of the game. I managed to ask him a few questions, and you can find all those videos in our social media accounts and Instagram. Please follow us in Grand Chess Tour, and you will see lots of more information there. And I mean, I think this was one of the key matches today, and that's why I spent so much time also watching it and speaking about it now.
No, it was indeed, and it was, I have to say, a terrifying moment to realize how good Gukesh is at only 17 years of age, to beat your mentor, your idol, the idol of a whole nation. Let's be honest, Viswanathan Anand, everybody knows who he is. Not only chess players, everybody in the nation
of course.
knows who Viswanathan Anand is. And to beat him at only 17 years of age is just an incredible accomplishment,
yes.
I have to say. But I think the producers want to show us something.
And here we have our predictions.
What do we have here? Okay.
I was robbed. That's all I've got to say. Duda should have had much more points.
I'll keep quiet.
Actually, I agree with you, Yasser. But you know, I'm hoping that he will do very good tomorrow because it's Blitz days.
Okay, me and Nazi, we're on the
Blitz
same page. I see.
Yeah.
All right. We're still in it, Nazi. Don't worry.
That last round lost by Richie, yeah, that's going to hurt.
And Miro's like, the points speak for themselves. He doesn't need to say it.
Exactly. I don't know what you guys are discussing. I mean, look at the final standings after today.
Yeah, well, let's show the final standings of the Rapid here as, well, we've just seen the 9th and final round of Rapid Chess.
Right, we have two co-leaders, Fabiano Caruana and Jan Nepomniachtchi with 12 points.
And Magnus saying, you guys had better play the blitz of your lives because I'm coming for you.
He's in clear third with 11 points. And then sharing fourth place with 10 points, two Indian grandmasters, Anand and Gukesh.
Exactly. Your pick, Firouzja at 9, my
and your pick, Duda.
and Dennis's pick,
Yep.
also Richie. A big shout out once again to our three sponsors, Croatia's Full of Life Foundation, as well as the SuperUnited, and of course here in St. Louis, the St. Louis Chess Club and Scholastic Center. Thank you for everything you do. You make us feel so welcome here at St. Louis. And back to you, Miro, for final thoughts, wrapping up today's broadcast.
Well, as for today, I think everything was said. All the players who played well were mentioned. I just want to warn that tomorrow, please join. I mean, it's going to be Blitz. It's a completely different animal. It's a different speed, different rhythm, right? Only 2 seconds increment. So when they get into time trouble, it's all messed up. So really, I'm looking forward to a lot of excitement tomorrow and the day after tomorrow.
Absolutely. Thank you, Miro. And how's your Blitz game, by the way? You like Blitz?
I do, but I can't compare myself to these players.
I love Blitz. I grew up as a Blitz player myself. I think it's the most popular form of chess throughout the world. You can go to parks all over the world and you'll see them smashing the clocks. Thank you so much for joining us. It was a pleasure, and we hope you'll join us over the weekend. Tell your friends where you're hanging out. Nazi, it's just
amazing.
wonderful. It's great. It's great.
See you all tomorrow.
Bye-bye.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.